Hello. Has been a while since I have been live, but I thought, I wanted to try it again. This time a bit more, I guess, chill. And what I'm doing right now is not really Blender related, but editing, because yeah, I working on the next video, which you can see it's been I'm working on this for the last few days, which is and I've made it to, what is it, 3:36. Welcome, Curate. Hope you had a great day. Yeah, so today I'm not going to be working in Blender. I'm going to be actually, just editing my video because it has to be done, and then I can continue working in Blender. First thing first, the video. And I thought, why not stream it, because I don't know, I wanted to test it again. I think last time I streamed was almost 2 years ago. So I thought, let's try again. And yeah, so I also thought maybe, because sometimes when you're in the work and you're sometimes you just kind of drained or whatever, and you watch a video, and then you watch another video, and then you watch maybe 5 more, and then all of a sudden, half an hour or more has passed without you continuing to work, and then all of a sudden it's 8 p.m. or let's say 6 p.m. and nothing has been, or you haven't really worked anymore. So maybe by streaming I can keep myself more accountable and, just, I guess, just get some more done so this video can be done faster. I want to finish this on, what is it, on Thursday? Thursday. But I don't think I don't think that's gonna happen. But we'll see, I guess. Because usually, so my rate of creating these videos, also depending on your volume right now, this might be quite loud. Armor plating. So yeah, so this will be roughly. You're hearing what I'm hearing. If that's a bit too loud for you, I guess you can turn it down a bit. But might also be might be a bit confusing when you're hearing when you're hearing my voice and then my recorded voice. But I think that's I think maybe you can get used to it. Welcome back. Welcome, Limophidian, I guess. Limophidian. There you go. Probably the worst pronunciation ever, but welcome. What's the video about? This next video is going to be about, so there's a new Deadpool movie coming out, Deadpool versus Wolverine. And I want to create, my plan is to create a Deadpool animation, but in anime style. I feel like hopefully this video, does well, and maybe I can turn this into like a series where I create, like Spider-Man, like a Spider-Man anime version, which sounds really cool, because in anime you have way more, I guess you could say, like way more like over the top stuff, which you don't really have in like normal Marvel movies. So you could go like all the way I don't know, Spider-Man and like way crazier attacks, and I think that very fits especially well for Deadpool because he's already kind of over the top and silly. So I wanted to do him first, also because the movie comes out. But maybe if this idea does well, maybe I can do more of these. Maybe Batman anime. And surprisingly, when I looked it up, at least for Deadpool, I think Spider-Man as well, there isn't really any like other people that have kind of done that before. Maybe I just haven't looked deep enough. I've looked on Pinterest, I think on YouTube as well, but yeah. So I want to continue my journey into learning how to do anime in Blender. And this is the next step. This first video is going to be a 2-part series. The first video is about designing the characters and kind of designing the what was it? Oh, the composition, like what the final result could look like. And then the second part, which I'm gonna work on after the video's done, will be the actual animation. So last time for the Berserk video, I didn't really have that much time for everything because I wanted to do everything in one video, and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. So some things I didn't have as much time as I maybe would have liked to really fine tune it, like for example the post-production. But now that I have this project, I can, and I split it up, I can hopefully spend as much time as I need on each part. And also, from the last video, I actually learned quite a lot for how to improve this one. Like, for example, improving how to do compositing or how to do the line art, which last time I think I did use textures for the first time to see if that could work, like creating internal line arts that haven't been generated by the line art modifier, for example, with textures. So I just draw them onto the body, but that created its own problems, which hopefully with this technique that I have figured out now, this might be the final technique that I can then continue using, because it has worked quite well in the more static things and during the posing of the characters, and hopefully I can use this for the animation as well, because I think it's the best it's so far the best technique that I've found, that I've also never seen anybody else use, and I think is the best way to create manually created line art on your character that is always there, that you don't have to rely on the auto generation that, when you use the line art modifier, you oftentimes have to hope that it generates contours where you want them to be. This way, you don't need to hope. You can just put them where you want them. And if there are too many, you can just delete them afterwards with manual adjustments. Which is also something I haven't done last time, which was I think the sort of also a big problem, because I think before the Berserk video, I created I recreated, what was it, Spirited Away, which that project had quite a lot of problems. But one thing I think that kind of turned all of it around and made it actually look decent was just the fact that I used the 3D grease pencil to draw over the 3D model to kind of fix some things like shading and stuff, simplify the shading. And I haven't really done that at all in the Berserk video, also because the models weren't really, I guess you can't really do it that well with how I set up the models. But here now, I could do that, and it already in the previews and like the sketches for the final result, it already looks pretty good. So yeah, let's see. So the rate at which I'm going usually for editing is like max a minute per day. So maybe we'll reach, let's see, yeah. So we already have like a little bit of music that I can work with here, so I don't need to look for new music until here, I guess. I also probably want to first figure out this part of the music, the new song, before I go and add the footage for the, before I add the footage for this part. I usually like to lay out the music first and then the footage, because I like to synchronize the footage to the music. And this song is going to be the next one after this one. This one's probably so far my favorite music or favorite song in this video. I always like to have like these moments in between, which are just like moments of like taking in what's happening without any voiceover. So I always have like these gaps in between where there's just music. Like this one might be a bit loud. Hold on, let me see. It's a little wet. And then the voiceover goes, continues. I like to have these, moments of just voiceover breaks and just enjoying, you know, I like to explain what I'm doing, and then I like to give a little bit of time, like a few, like 10 seconds or so of just, I guess, impressions where, you know, when you watch the video, you just, you know, you already know what's happening. So now it's just about seeing it happening and kind of taking everything in. And these little breaks of voiceover gives you like the ability, or gives you the opportunity to kind of, I guess, internalize or just like think through what I've said in the voiceover, and makes you ready, I guess, for the next bit, which I think is important. Because if you just have like this, if you just have like 8 minutes of straight editing, I mean straight voiceover, that is just, you know, that's just very, very not dry necessarily, because the music can still make it cool, but it is very, what would you call it? It's very hard to stay concentrated. It's kind of like a presentation, I guess, in school. If you had like maybe 5-minute breaks, or maybe even just like after 15 minutes or so, you have like a quick question. You can ask questions to the teacher, or just, you know, even just like a 1 minute to 5 minute break, just to kind of internalize everything you've learned. I think you would learn way better. And that's what I kind of try to include here as well. Because otherwise it's just like, okay, and then I do this, and then I do that, and then I do this. Okay, wait, okay. What did you just say? And then if you miss one thing, you're already like on the back foot, and you're trying to still, you know, understand what I said before, but then I'm already on the next step. And that's why I like to add these, you know, these breaks. Yeah, so let's listen what it sounds like with, you know, with this bit done, and then we can go to the next thing, which is also a really cool song. So I'm gonna try to fit that in with the voiceover, and maybe create some more of these what would you call them? Digestion gaps. Yeah. So yeah, let's see what it sounds like so far. Yeah. To create a more defined body. Each body part is made up of clear lines that imitate what you would see in drawings to create a more distinct and stylized silhouette. This won't just help with the overall shape, but also create sharper shadows, which was another issue I ran into last time. There's a fine line that you always have to walk for these 3D, 2D projects, where you want to take advantage of the benefits of 3D, but also have to be aware of the problems that those can create when you're trying to imitate a 2D style. When you're drawing a 3D object, it won't be perfect, really. So you have to add that imperfectness into the 3D model as well. Like for this armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So for the 3D model, I basically did the same. Most of Deadpool's gear is paper thin to avoid the look of this perfectly drawn 3D object. His guns are actually probably the hardest part of his whole character, since they are basically just more detailed 3D cubes, so it'll be hard to add some imperfections into them once they're animated. I already simplified them a ton to follow the same theme of easy to draw, but I think I'll have to do even more to make them look 2D. Usually, anime tries to avoid having to animate complex 3D objects, so maybe I can imitate that here as well, and just avoid complex camera movements, especially when the guns are in focus. But of course, the 3D model is just one part of the equation. The way to turn this... Okay, so now we're here at this point where I want to intertwine the voiceover with this new song. Also, what you maybe have noticed, if you look at the video, is that at this part he has like these quite big gaps, which doesn't sound that way, or it doesn't sound bad. And the reason why I did that is because I tried to kind of match the ending of my voiceover, or where I wanted to stop the voiceover and add like this digestion gap. We need a better name. I need a better name for that. I needed I wanted to, you know, finish my voiceover when the drop happens, or when you know, when he starts singing. And that wasn't really the case here. I had like a few seconds before he actually started singing again. And so for this one, I just, you know, spread up the voiceover a bit more so that there's like a slight gap in between. There's a but it doesn't sound bad. And yeah, that's what I sometimes I cut it shorter, sometimes I cut it longer, just to make sure that the timing is nice. And that's kind of what I want to do for this bit right here, for the next music now, for the next song. Oh, and something fun fact. Usually, if you watch like YouTube video or like YouTube tip videos, you know, if you want to make your own videos, oftentimes what you oftentimes hear and what a lot of people do is that they change the song. They say like, oh, every 30 seconds there should be a music change. And so far, my last few videos have all gone like higher in how long people have watched it before clicking off. Even though I've kind of added longer and longer songs into the videos. I think this one is now the longest song I've ever had in my video. Like this song right here is probably the longest I've ever played a song in a video. But the reason why I think it's still fine is because each body part, you know, here, that's where the music begins, and it plays for 2:47, roughly to 4:30. So it's, wait, 37 or 47 for almost 2 minutes. Wait, yeah, almost 2 minutes, right? And that's basically 4 times as long as, you know, you would want. You know, everybody says, or a lot of people say, to play a song. But I think the reason why it doesn't sound, why it's fine here, is because you can, with Epidemic Sounds, what I use, where I get my music from, you can download the different elements of a song. Like for this one here, for example, if we go to this one, we have the bass, the drums, the instruments, and the melody. So melody is usually the singer with a quick texture. It basically allows me to... Hold on, let me mute myself. I won't be held back. And then, you know, you have the other elements all separated into the different parts. And the great thing about that is that you can basically create your own song out of the song itself, which is kind of why this looks so cut up right here. So for example, what I'd like to do, if it's like a scene where it's more focused on my explanation and, you know, less about the general flow of things, like this part here is more about the flow, and, you know, I still explain, but it's more about like seeing what I'm doing. Oh, hold on. The overall shape, but also create sharper shadows, which was another... I'm kind of explaining, you know, something general, which is not that hard to understand. Issue I ran into last time. There's a fine line that you... And then if I go over here, which is the more, I guess, focused part, I think. We'll see, because it looks like it. I kind of remove everything except maybe one part of it, which is now the instruments, which I like to keep, to have everything gone except for like a little bit of a small part of the music still, so that you can still hear it, but everything is a lot quieter, more focused, so that it feels like there's more, you know, the focus is shifted more to the voiceover. So let's see if that actually is the case here. Advantage of the benefits of 3D, but also have to be aware of the problems that those can create when you're trying to imitate a 2D style. When you're drawing a 3D object, it won't be perfect, so you have to add that imperfectness into the 3D model as well. And then of course everything comes back. I think for this one it was, you know, not too much about the full explanation, but it was still a nice change in the song so that it doesn't feel repetitive. I think the reason why people always say to use not repetitive songs is because it is, I guess you could say, because they use repetitive, like, you know, why you should switch songs that often every 30 seconds basically, is because they use repetitive songs. And, you know, that's, you know, by changing the song, you can create like a new, I guess, you can create new interest, I guess, or keep people more engaged. But, you know, if you can also just cut up a song in different ways so that it sounds different all the time, I think that is also okay. We'll see when this video comes out if the retention is worse, but I don't think so. I think if you listen to this, I think you could probably say that every 30 seconds it sounds different, even though it's still the same song. Oh my god, hold on. How Akibidi are you from 1 to 10? You mean skibbity? Oh right, isn't it an S? No, it's an A. Never mind. Welcome, Benz. Welcome, everybody. You know, the biggest problem is now that I'm streaming this, that I'm explaining way more than editing, so that could rob my time, but maybe I guess now at least you can exactly see when the next video comes out, because I'm gonna finish probably almost all of it, or at least, you know, get until the beginning live, which it's not gonna be today, but I guess you could see when I'm almost done, and then you can estimate, because usually I just upload it the next day. I actually have a VOD channel, but I think I'm just gonna leave these live streams up on my main channel, because why not? You know, they're already. I had a VOD channel before, because back then, like 2 years ago or so, the video, like the VODs became normal videos in like your video feed, which just I don't want to have on my main channel, of course. So now, since it is not that case anymore, I just you know, go live on my main channel. Why not? Because then, you know, you can just go into the live feed and rewatch, I guess, this VOD if you want. Yeah, so don't, you know, you can rewatch it whenever you want. I'm not gonna delete it or make it unlisted. I think did I unlist the other ones? No, I think I didn't. I think the other ones should still be up as well, like the feedback session that I did 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. Found you through part 1 and part 2 picture animation. Yes, of course. If you watch part 1, you need to watch part 2, obviously. Yeah, so this will be the second video ever that will have 2 parts. Hopefully, the biggest problem with 2-part videos is always that if the first part doesn't do that well, the second part feels kind of bad to still do, because you know, if people didn't like it, you could also just work on something else that people would like more, or you think people would like more. But you know, I think this concept is pretty, like the idea is pretty confirmed now, I guess you could say, with the other with the other anime videos, that I'm pretty confident that this will do pretty well as well. And even if it's not, then it's still a fun project. Welcome, everyone. Okay, I need to work. Okay, that's why I'm here. I wanted to work on this stream. I didn't want to just talk about stuff. So first, let's so what I also like to do always is to create nice transitions between songs. Sometimes, which is why I love these different stems, they're called, different parts of the song. If you have them all separated, you can very easily kind of transition, like you have one song here, and then you remove everything except maybe 1 or 2 parts from that song, and then you add one part of the next song, the second part of the next song, and then you can easily transition from one song to the other. For this one, I actually didn't need to do that. I thought it sounded pretty good if I just let it, like, if I let this song just play out. You can see here I stopped everything except for I think it's like the guitar and stuff, which then sounds, if I just, you know, remove this and only play the end of this song, you can see like we still have the bass, the bass, and then the guitar, and then slowly but surely it just fades out. And zip, and that's where the next song comes in. I usually don't like just like ending a song and then adding, you know, continuing the next song where it's like this dip in between of just no music, which I try to avoid. But I think for this one, I think it sounds pretty good because it still creates a nice gradient between the two. Yeah, I think it sounds fine. So if you go, for example, for this one here, I think this one's the previous song. For this one, I did something different. I couldn't really find a good way to transition between the two. So if we listen to this now, this transition. So yeah, I remove one part and then... So here, for example, I couldn't really find a great transition, but I still wanted to have some sort of sound that serves as a smooth transition. So what I did here is just added a, like a riser sound effect, which is basically just like a increasing whoosh sound, which sounds like this. Might be a bit quiet. And then, so I start that when the song is still playing, so it sounds like it is part of that song. And then I can use that to move to the next song and then end it kind of smoothly with the same riser basically, but just reversed and a bit shorter. So it isn't like an abrupt ending, but it's just like a nice whoosh onto the next song. So if we remove everything except for that, I kind of want to, let's just do that. Mute everything except for this bit. Let's see what it sounds like. Yeah, so it's just like a smooth, like, you know, something flies by you. I added this second one as well, just to give it a bit more strength. Without it, it sounded a bit soft. And then with it, it just adds a bit more strength at the end, which I think helps here. And that's how I transitioned these two. Usually I like to transition by just mixing and matching the different stems of these songs. Well, that it just didn't work here. Let's see if, I think, oh yeah, here it is. So here's one where it did work quite well. So you can see here I had all these three active. And then I added like what I often like to do is I like to add a reverb at the end of this, like the ending song, to give me like this fade out for this song, and then add the next song, you know, add the next song during that reverb and slowly fade that in. So let's see what that sounds like. The characters really well. Speaking of characters, the biggest... Yeah, so this one is more like how I usually do it, where I, you know, just, I guess you could say, you know, one ends. This one is more abrupt because, you know, this part of the song isn't really the ending. So let's see what it sounds like if I just remove the reverb. If I remove that and then just do this. It just... Speaking of characters, yeah, you can see it just continues playing because that isn't really the ending of the song. But to turn it into an ending, basically for me here, I just added like this abrupt ending and gave it like a reverb to, I guess, you know, let it fade out and transition to the next song. Speaking of characters. Okay, but now we know the basics of how to transition and edit the song. Let's actually do it. Yeah. Do you feel proud of what you have made on your social footprint? Because if I was you with 124k subs, I would love that. I guess live, you would say. You mean? I would think that I would be famous with the amount of subscribers. If you start YouTube and you, at least that was the case for me. You don't really like, except for the number that you see, you don't really, you know the people that watch you. So you don't really have an idea of how many people it is. Of course, the number is pretty high, but it's hard at some point to really, I guess, to understand it. And yeah, so since I don't really, go out, or, I think at like 1 million, you probably reach the point where people near you or when you go out may recognize you, but even then it might still be fairly rare. And then at like 100K, you reach a lot of people, but they're also scattered around the world, especially because most of the people that watch my videos are from America. I'm not in America. So, and I think I will, the chance of somebody recognizing me that doesn't know me already, like from friends or whatever, like recognizing for what I do, is probably the lowest that it can be, because I live in Germany and I speak English. So, people that live in Germany usually don't watch English stuff, so they don't watch my stuff. And then also, like the highest amount of people that, like the percentage, highest percentage that watch my videos are from America. And then I think it is, I actually don't know what the other ones are. I think it's India, maybe the second one. But it's, everything except Germany or Europe even. So you don't really know. For me, it still feels like how I started when I started YouTube. I feel more confident, of course, but when it comes to like the workflow and the work that I do, it still feels kind of almost the same. So yeah, it doesn't really feel like anything else. Yeah. What basics should I master in editing so that I can move on to intermediate editing stuff? Yeah, I'm Australian and I would probably not see you IRL. Yeah, maybe if I'm in Australia at some point, but I don't think, I have no plans to go there. I will be at the Blender conference though. So if anybody, if anybody goes there, I'll be there. But yeah, usually I'll just stay inside because I need to make new projects and videos. So you can't see me except you come to my house. Yeah, editing is, I think I don't really know if there's like editing like step-by-step thing. I think the most important thing first is to just get comfortable with the program. It's kind of similar to Blender, I guess. Get comfortable with the program and the tools, and then just edit stuff, maybe copy from others, until like the way that I have learned how to edit or how to create my videos is by kind of copying other people or trying to copy the other people, other people's styles. That was the case for Blender and like drawing before that, and then also now editing, where I copied other people first and then kind of combined what I liked from those styles, I guess, that I tried to copy. And I kind of, took everything that I liked from those and combined it into my own. So yeah, that's how I created my style. When it comes to editing itself, I need to think, because I've been editing for so long now. I've edited, I started editing, I had like a Minecraft or like a gaming channel when I was like 15 or so. And that's when I started learning how to use Premiere Pro. But I think first you just need to learn the basics, how to maybe, how to create a nice engaging video, which is just like, so, if you just want to learn how to edit, then you just do it. And then, you can kind of, by doing it more and more and more, you learn new techniques, you learn maybe what works better, what doesn't work better, what doesn't work. And over time, you kind of learn, I guess, the best way to do things. If you want to learn how to edit for YouTube, you also just you also just create videos. But what you want to do here on YouTube, of course, is you want to, I guess you could say, you want to publish a video, and then you can see where people have clicked off of the video. So you have like this graph where it goes from 100% and then it goes down. Usually for me, it's like it goes down and then it stays at like 40 to 35% and then until the end of the video. And sometimes you have like little jumps or whatever. So for example, if you have like a video where the video is like, oh, showing off or sculpting this character, what you usually see for that retention is like, let's see, is something like this, where you have this graph starting like this and then it goes down because people want to see the end result. Usually they don't, if they don't know you, they want to, and they don't really care about the how you created it. Most people just click until the end, so the graph would kind of look like this. So nobody watches this part, and then all of a sudden, zip, everybody goes up. The graph goes up again because everybody clicks to the end just to see what the end result looks like, and then goes down again. So that's how you can kind of understand what part of the video people liked, and what you want to have is, of course, like the optimal would be like this, which of course is impossible, like this straight line. 100% click the video, 100% watched it until the end. What you usually have is either something like this, or, which is like for me the case, or kind of like this, where more and more people drop off. Of course, until the end, you kind of want to have it more like this, where most people watch. And you, yeah, that's how you kind of how you can learn what you should improve. Something that I had, for example, was that I had a video where I had like a long intro before I started actually explaining what I wanted to explain in that video. And you can see that now with the like visible retention, or like where people clicked on the video. They're like, if you hover over the timeline, you can see like these waves. That kind of tells you where people clicked to or watched the most. And for that video, it was like the intro, and then when I started actually explaining, it was like this, and then it kind of went like this. So that kind of told me, okay, maybe if I move this part here of the video, which is the actual explanation of the video, all the way to the beginning, I can just, get to here and then continue the retention. And this way, by analyzing like the different, analyzing other videos as well, like how do other people do it, and analyzing like this graph for yourself, you can understand what people like and how people like to, what people like about the video, what people don't like. This way you can kind of understand how you should edit for those people. Yeah. Have you ever been sponsored? I have, but that was beginning of last year. I don't like sponsorships, so if I can avoid doing them, I like to do that. Yeah, it's just a whole lot of things that go into why I don't like them, but it's yeah, I just don't like them. Yeah, so I have not been since last year, the beginning of last year. Greetings from Mexico. Greetings back. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, Ireli. The 7, I guess it's an L, maybe, I don't know. I've made the graph do that to other YouTubers except for you. Well, yeah, so the thing is, you don't really you shouldn't really care about how, like, what the graph looks like for me. You should just watch the video how you want to watch the video. And if you want to just skip to the end, then, I can figure out maybe a way to make you watch the whole video. But that is my job, right? You don't need to care about that. Something that because, I've been kind of, since I've been aware of, like, the graph, which is also, yeah, since I've been aware of the graph, it sometimes I think like, oh, I started watching a video and then I think like, oh, but I actually don't want to watch the video. I just wanted to see like this bit right here. And then I click off and I think, oh, but then the graph will change. But that shouldn't be your issue. The graph, for example, why I said the graph will never be just like a straight line. There will always be a dip off right here at the beginning. Is because some people just click on it and then realize, oh, they don't have enough time. They actually clicked on it by accident, and that's what the big dip in the beginning is like, or why that exists. Usually, that's my interpretation, but you know, observing myself and kind of thinking about it, that I think makes the most sense. Okay, we need to work. I need to work. If you're doing something else, then you don't need to work, but I want to work right now because I need to finish this video. So let's cut the song up to make sense for the voiceover. This next bit, I think. Oh yeah, so for this part here, I wanted to, now I explained like the 3D model creation, and now I want to switch to how I turn the 3D model into a 2D looking model. So I think what I want to try out, or what I want to figure out first, is what I talk about, so I can figure out how I want to, you know, mix that with the song. Let's see if we can find a part where another digestion gap. Let's see if we can find a better, I need a better, let's see if we can find a better word for digestion. Let's see. Absorption. Oh, ingestion, osmosis. I don't know, something gap. Let's just like a fun gap. Let's call it the fun gap. Let's see if we can find another fan gap in this voiceover. Oh, first of all, I think the song is a bit too loud right now. Yeah, -13 is usually for when there's no voiceover, so you can focus on the song. But I think I actually added this gap because the song, or yeah, the voiceover should start here, so I need to add like a I need to reduce the volume, but let's do it real quick. First, the 3D model is just one part of the equation. Yes, the drop, or like the beat is right there, and that's when I start talking. That's exactly what I want. Okay, let's do this. So usually I just cut it up right here and then just reduce this bit, which sounds great usually. Sometimes the song is weird and it doesn't, like, sometimes you need a gradual change in decibel, but I think for this it's fine because it's such a hard like hit that it's fine. Let's listen to it. The way to turn this, yeah, see, it's basically fine. You don't need like a gradual change because it's such a jumpy song, I guess you could say, like a, yeah, jumpy song. If it's more gradual, you would want to have like a slight decrease, like a gradual decrease. Let's see if I actually did that somewhere. Here I did it. Oops. Where is it? There it is. You can see here like the decibel change is gradual, usually like in 5 frames. So that I think because he keeps singing while I start talking. No, the song keeps playing while I start talking, and if I cut it off immediately, it sounds kind of weird. It sounds very choppy. So I just added like a gradual change here. Let's listen to it real quick. Like for this armor plating. Actually, maybe I didn't need it here, but I just thought it would sound better. But here we don't need it, so we can keep it to this harsh cut. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we need to remove the voiceover. I don't like voiceover, singing with voiceover, because it gives you like a second source you could listen to. Which is also why I don't like to listen to music that has voiceover while I work, because I then hear the song, like hear the voiceover or the vocals and try to understand them. And I want to think about the song. I want to think about what I'm working on. Yeah, so that's why I usually just include singing as an opportunity to spice up, I guess, the fun gap. That yeah, that's when I like to use it. Hold on. We have a rascal on Twitch. Let me boot him real quick. The rascal. Oh. I don't have a where is it? Oh, okay. I think I need to remove the... Oh. Ah. Wait, how do I... Trying to ban, but I'm too bad at live streaming that I don't know how to do that. Follow, whisper, invite. Nope, that's not what I want. I can edit. Oh, you can give someone a nickname. That's interesting. Manage suspicious user. What does that even mean? Why does it just... There's everything but a button for it to ban them. Which is I guess you just restrict. Whatever that means. Can I delete the message? I guess I need to do... I don't know how to do that. Sorry. Also, something I don't like is... Oh. Ah. I need to accept my own chat rules. Nice. Oh, okay. /ban. Okay. Also, what I don't like right now... Dark Evil SD, I guess. Oh, never mind. What I don't like is that currently in Twitch chat, because I'm streaming to both, it just copies all the YouTube comments over to Twitch, which is kind of weird. So you just have like copy pasted comments over and over again, which looks really weird. Hold on, let me show you what it looks like. Oh, doesn't work. Why not? It doesn't work /ban. Why? I don't know why, but... Oh, aha. Okay. Yeah, look at this. What is this? Who wants to be in... Oh. Who wants to be in a chat like this? Where is it? There it is. What is this? I need to remove that somehow. Because it just looks horrendous. But I think that's just a stream setting. Hello? Okay. 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 See you, Pikachu. You're probably gone by now, but hope you had a great time here. Okay, hold on. Okay, one thing before we can continue. I want to figure out if I can remove that weird copying over thing, because that's just annoying. Comeback mode, show it. Bots. Aha, relay mode. Yes, that's just weird. Remove that. I think I activated that at some point so people can see what other people write in the other chat. You know, but if it just looks like that, that's just weird. Let's see if it has improved now. And then we can continue. Okay, if somebody writes something, just write a test or whatever, so I can see if it copies over. I can do that, right? Test. Oh, never mind. I'm moving. For me, of course, it's I write it in both chats. Okay, there you go. I'm blue. Let's see. Nothing. Okay, it seems like it has worked. Nice. Okay. now the Twitch chat doesn't look like spam anymore. So hold on. If I write something here, you can see. No, okay. I deactivated it, so you can't see it. You don't want to see it actually, so it's all good. I wanted to show what it would look like, but I already deactivated it, so it's it works. Okay. Is getting 901 views on my first ever animation YouTube short good? Just remember I have exactly 140 subs. So I don't care about. I think nobody like at YouTube, and I don't really care about subs anymore because it's kind of at least for like YouTube like performance, it doesn't really do anything anymore. Oh my god! Wait, why is it? Never mind. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't help you with video performance. It did at some point, but now it doesn't really do that anymore. It just cares about what if people like your video, it's going to recommend the next video to them. And YouTube, you know, if you've never posted a video, I think it tries to find people that like it tries to categorize the video and then find people in that category and recommend it to them to see if they like it. And the better your success rate of people clicking on it, the more people see that video, like the more people that video gets recommended to. Yeah, subscribers doesn't do anything anymore. Just like I guess kind of shows how many people have liked your stuff and wanted to see more. Yeah, but other than that, yeah. I don't really know if 901 views is good or not. It, you know, every channel is very. I think for the first video is pretty good, but I'm not that. Like, I only really know my analytics and my stats, so I couldn't really tell you. But if you now create more videos and they all get that many views, you're on a good track. And then you can figure out how you can get more. Yeah. Welcome, Shivam. You don't need to spam. I'm gonna see it. This is a DaVinci Resolve. It is not After Effects. I have used After Effects before as well, but well, Premiere Pro mainly to edit. But at some point that created a lot of problems for me, like just like bugs and glitches and stuff, and lag. So I switched to DaVinci at some point. I think last year. Do you stream on Twitch often? Well, last time I streamed was probably almost 2 years ago. But I think I want to stream, depending on how much I can get done today here, you know. I'm just gonna probably just stream more. I want to probably stream again. Not like regularly, like, oh, you're gonna see me live every weekday or whatever, but more yeah, more than before, which was nothing. If I see that I can create a project live and it doesn't slow me down too much, I think I'm gonna just do it live, because why not? Hold on. Oh no. Wait, can you do that here? No, you cannot. Can you? Ah. Okay. Wait. Okay. So you want me to post one more message like that? You will get banned, okay? I think I can do that on Restream, which is what I use. Okay. Let's figure this out. The way to turn this into this is with this setup. You can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one. Okay, I think this one is a pretty good spot to add a slight, like a short little compilation, because usually I find moments Like this part is like a moment where I explain something very briefly, like, oh, I draw this texture to separate black and red for his suit. And I don't really go into too much depth into it. I just kind of, you know, talk about it like very briefly. And I think this spot would be pretty nice for a nice little, what would you call it? A nice short compilation. I don't want to overdo the compilations. Actually, no, I think I'm going to just keep it like this because I already have one before here, which is just one part of the equation, like 30 seconds or so before. The way to turn this into this, and I don't think I want to have another one very shortly after that. So I'm just going to leave it here. But this technique has one. Let's see if we can tighten the voiceover a bit, because I think some parts are a bit, there are like some breaks that are a bit too long. There you go, that should work. Does it? Who knows? Okay. Here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow setup. But with this setup, let's make this a bit shorter. But with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here. That's fine. Which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, yeah, I think edges. Shorten it a bit as well. Edges. If you get close enough, you can see the close enough. That's a weird pronunciation, but I'll leave it. The edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just really. Okay. Oops. Texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second. Okay. So this. I think this part right here, where I switch gears, is a good point to transition to another song. So let's keep that in mind. I think I'm just gonna grab this bit right here and move it up, so we have a slight gap. So I know that this is the part where I want to transition, and I know which part, you know, is part of the same song. Usually when I transition from one topic to the other, I like to switch, hold on. Oh, yeah. I like to switch music to give each part a different style, I guess. And, you know, if the topic changes here, I think it makes sense. I'm looking for, wait, oh, no, never mind. Okay, yeah, the, oops, sorry, I'm just figuring out something real quick. Okay. Yeah. The song should end here, but now what I want to do is optimize it or entangle it with the voiceover, which means the shader setup. But with this setup, you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. Okay. Let's see if we can vary the music a bit. So the beginning, of course, is just like this, which kind of already gives you a pattern that you can expect. Which I think we can continue a bit at the beginning, and then but then at some point I want to switch it a bit to give it a bit more variation. Setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading. Yeah, here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup. But with this setup, you can only really determine the. Also, if it sounds weird when I talk, and then I talk again in the voiceover, let me know. Maybe I can make it a bit quieter, so it's easy to discern if I'm actually speaking or if it's just the voiceover. Shader setup. But with this setup, you can only really. Okay, I think this part is a nice. This part right here is a nice moment to change pace a bit or to change the style a bit. Let's see. Right here. Oh, that's actually perfect because we already have like this bit right here. What I want to do for a second is see if the song changes style a bit and if I can use that or if I can just remove like the drums, for example, to make it sound different. So, yeah, so this song is quite monotonous. So if you would just listen to this the whole time, if you if you like the song a lot, you could listen to this for the next 2 minutes. But you know, if not, then here it actually changes. But I think I want to have something more. I think I want to focus more, so I want to probably just remove a bit. But let's see what this quiet bit sounds like. Okay, yeah, this. I think this one would fit more if it's like the end of a song. So I'm just gonna probably just remove some bits right here that I don't that make it sound a bit more focused. So let's see. Here's the drum or the whatever it is, drum it says right here, and then I can edit this out right here. That already sounds a bit more focused. See, even just removing the drums makes it sound a bit more slowed down. Listen to this. Okay, so that's pretty good already, but let's see what the bass does. Yeah, it removes a bit more of that depth in the song. It's very, very subtle. You can, if I remove the main instruments, it's just the background. So, you know, I think I can remove that as well, just to, you know, really focus on one instrument that supports the slightly deeper explanation. It's this guy. Yes, it is me. Welcome, evil bread. There's a big enough difference so it doesn't make it confusing. You can hear the difference between your normal voice talking and your content creator voice. Yeah. That's something when I talked to someone before that also does YouTube. It's kind of like when you do your voiceover, it's kind of like embodying your inner anime character where you just like pronounce and explain everything way more bombastically. Yeah, and you wouldn't really normally talk like that necessarily, but it just makes the voiceover much more fun. Yeah, there you go. I think that works. Okay, let's see how when we switch it up again. He just said my user. How are you? Doing pretty well. Editing, hopefully. So the goal is today to finish a minute. Currently I'm, you know, it's the battle of not streaming and falling into the trap of looking at some video on YouTube and losing 30 minutes to that, or streaming and explaining something and losing 30 minutes to that. We'll see which one's more effective for me finishing this video. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's see when we can change the music again. Oh, maybe I should listen to the voiceover so I know what I'm saying. shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one... I think here we have I think we can switch quite quickly. So the drums add like this, not urgency, but like this forward momentum to the song. And I think that works very well to bring it back in when first I explain the problem, and then I explain what I do to fix the problem. Let's listen to it real quick. With this setup, you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a... So I think I could either do it here. So to add the leather bits of his suit, or I could probably do it here. I painted a quick texture and bring the drums back in. Let's see what sounds better. Wait. It basically determines the highlight and shadow colors. So to add... Oh, I think this sounds pretty good here. If I just bring it back in here, let's see what it sounds like. Really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a... And then I can add the drums, no, the bass back in afterwards right here to layer everything back up again. I painted a quick... At this drum beat or drum hit of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white. And then we can see what it sounds like. And this is one simple way you can add variation to a song that is pretty monotonous for quite a long time. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me... Yeah, I think because it's so short, it's less noticeable, but I think it still works. Playing Fortnite right now to try and make some content. Okay. I think this works. Let's see if we can maybe add another bit further here to add some more variation. Before the song here is quite short compared to this one at least. So maybe we can add some more variation in here. Let's see. I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this oh, maybe we can even use the more upbeat and more energetic parts for the for that bit where I bring it back in. Let's see. The way to add... Oops. Oh, that's at the beginning. Right here it begins, I think. Yeah, I think maybe this could work better. Let's see what it sounds like if we bring this forward. Zip. There you go. Even just this. Let's see what it sounds like. Okay, that doesn't work. But maybe it just needs a transition, a better transition. First things first, there was like an intro, I guess, guitar string hit here. So that will definitely help. Let's see what it sounds like if I just do this. Boom. Okay, still not good because it cuts off too quickly. What if I do this? Okay, almost. Nope. I think what I need to do here, because it's such a long part of the... I mean, I don't even know what instrument that is. Like the high note. I think I just need to fade it out a bit. Actually, I want to hear what it sounds like here. Oh. Maybe I just need to move it up to here. Okay, that definitely sounds better. I think it was just offbeat. Yeah, but it still doesn't sound that great. Maybe there's more that I can add here. It's getting better, but it's not there yet. Yeah, so the only thing that's annoying now is that the high node just ends abruptly. But I think we can fix that pretty easily. I'll just move it up here. And then I can show you how I add the reverb, which is pretty easy, but still maybe interesting. So here's the last node change. Oops. So I cut it here. And then I go here where it has changed, where I want to start the reverb, pull it out. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Aha, I don't even need to do that. The song does it for me. Listen to it. So this is what it sounds like without the next part. So it kind of fades it out already. And the good part is because this part here with the guitar sounds very similar to what is coming in this bit, it layers over it and masks the transition quite well. Oops, I don't want to hear that. Yeah, I think this needs to be one frame forward. No, it doesn't. Looks kind of offset. No, I think it needs to be one frame forward. Oh. Yes, now it's on beat. You can see it right here with the waveform lining up. Let's listen to it. Okay, that's good. And then especially when you add the voiceover, it kind of falls into the background anyway, so you can't really determine that well anyway. The highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit. Yeah, I think that's much better than before. Okay. Shader setup. But with this setup, you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Okay, so this is where it ends. I don't think, so we had this slower bit right here. But I don't want to change styles too often. And because it's quite short, we had a slow version here and then we switched to a more upbeat, energetic part. I don't want to switch it again. So I think I'm just going to use this and tie it in a bit more. What's your video pre-production process? Do you record the Blender project and content first, then create video voiceovers after? Yeah, so hold on, I have a quick checklist of everything I do, usually for a project. Which looks like this. Oops. So I come up with the idea, create the title and thumbnail and stuff, just to get an idea of whether the idea that I have works for YouTube. So like if it looks good in the thumbnail and title, then I create the project, finalize the thumbnail, because before I just have like a thumbnail sketch of what it could look like. And then once I have the finished project, I can actually create the final, thumbnail. Then of course, I create the project where I record all the stuff, convert it to MP4 because I record it in a different format. Then I organize everything because there's so much footage, like hundreds of hours. I need to organize it first so it's easier to go through. So here, for example, you can see I separated it into creating the different characters and creating the final shot and stuff. So that's how I what I do afterwards. And then I write the script, do the voiceover, and then now I'm at editing the video. And then I just write the description, and then I upload the video, basically. Do I have a wife? I do not. Or a girlfriend? I do not. Opera sponsor? No, just the browser that I use. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, yeah, so I want to switch it up a tiny bit so it fades, so it gets more chill at the end. Just slightly, because I still want to keep that energy up, because we have the solution for the next bit. We're just like, oh, we can only change the main color and the shadow color right now. But now with this texture, we can also add the black parts of Deadpool's suit. So now we have the solution for this bit. But then there's this next problem, but we already have a solution for that. So it kind of is supposed to, like the wave is kind of supposed to look like, so the energy wave, I guess, if you want to call it that, is kind of like, oh, problem, solution. Oh, problem, solution. Oh, another problem, but that problem we already have a solution for, so let's keep the energy up and keep it right here. So we're right here right now. I'm trying to, oh, no, we're here right now. So we figured this out, we added the energetic bit. So now I want to add this bit right here, which goes down a tiny bit, and then just goes up again, so we can keep that energy going. Let's see. Oh. Suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has... Okay, I think this is a good spot to change again. And here I think I would just want to make it slightly different, slightly less energetic, maybe even just by removing the base. Let's see. Technique has one flaw, which is right... It doesn't really add, it just removes the depth a bit, which is not really what I'm looking for. It has one flaw, which is right here on the... See, even just the removing the instruments makes it sound so different. Technique has one flaw, which is... Let's see. Technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand... Okay, let's see. I want to listen to it again to see if it works well. But this technique has one flaw, which is right... Okay. Here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way. Let's see if we can just go here. Make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. I think that's fine. Let's listen to it fully, and then I think we're done with this song. So yeah, so here I removed everything except for the instrument, just because it's like the main problem here. So we want to focus on that in that second. But then we have the solution, so everything goes up again. This one is even more energetic than before. Then we have another problem, which is not as bad as before, because we already know the solution. So I just removed the drums here to make it a bit different and a bit focused. But then they come back. Let's listen to everything. But of course, the 3D model is just one part of the equation. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Okay. So I could also extend the song and keep working with this, because I have never before. I would like to add the voiceover at some point, but I haven't really found a good spot yet to add it. So I could maybe keep working with this, but I think because it's such a abrupt change, because I say that it, you know, the hold on, let's see how long the song is so far. Because what I could also do is change the style of the song way more, like change to a completely different style of the song, which still makes it sound very different. Because basically what I want to have here is, because I say I change to a different topic real quick for a second, I want to also, you know, support that different topic with a different song, or maybe with a different style of this song. So far the song is how long? It's roughly 40 minutes, 40 seconds. Roughly well, not fully, like 35, which is technically long enough, but it feels a bit too short. Let's listen to it again, just to make sure. Especially when the guns are in focus. But of course, the 3D model is just one part of the equation. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Okay. Let's listen to what the song has to offer more, or if you need a new one. So it switches to like a different melody, I think. I have no clue about music terms, so I'm just gonna call it what I think it's called. I think it switches to a different melody. Yeah, it sounds very different to anything else that we've heard in this song before. And then it goes to this sort of quiet part, and then it switches to kind of back to what we had before. So we could use this completely different bit to switch to this new topic that I wanted to discuss for a second, and then switch back to the known topic by just switching back to the song that we already are familiar with. Maybe that could work. And maybe at some point I can add the voice, so I mean the vocals as well. Although here, at least, the voiceover doesn't sound that great, and there's no voiceover here. Let's listen to it here. So what we maybe, if it works with the voiceover, we could use this bit here. It's like a short "we did it" moment, like, oh, we did it, we turned Deadpool 2D or whatever, if it fits into the voiceover. But yeah, maybe not. Maybe this, unfortunately, maybe, even though I like the vocals, maybe we can't use them here. We'll see. But I think I want to try using this song more, because yeah. So yeah, this part here where the voice, I mean the vocals don't sound that great in my opinion. At least compared to in the beginning. Right here. Yeah, so I want to find a way to add it, but maybe I just can't. Maybe sometimes things you want to do just don't work. How stable is YouTube income? It depends on how well you do, I guess. If you can create banger videos every time, then it can be fairly stable. But if you, yeah, that's the only thing that not the only thing, but that's the main part that it depends on. So if you're confident that you can create crazy videos every time or good videos every time, then it can be pretty stable. But if you can't, but I think most people can't, me included, I would say, then it is not like you can't really depend on it. Yeah, but you know, it depends on your performance. Also, you know, for example, for me, sometimes like this half year, or like the past few months, I had like a longer break over like 1 month or so, or like half a month where I didn't do anything, or at least 1 month at least where I didn't upload anything, and that is like a low month then. So if you kind of want to do videos kind of like me, where you just upload when the video is basically done, then it's less stable than if you, for example, create like a video game news or any news, or like a, you know, like a channel where you do more constant videos that are less bombastic, I guess, or less require less effort, but you can just, you know, you can focus more on the quantity, which in some niches, for example, is more important than quality. But of course, you know, in those niches, once you can get the quantity, you can then focus on increasing the quality as much as you can. But yeah, it depends on, I guess, the niche, the kind of type of videos you want to do, and how good you're at it. It's Faintest from Discord. Welcome. Thanks for sharing your process. How do you keep your recorded audio crisp and clear? So something that kind of happened was I ordered this microphone. You can't even see it because oh no, you can see it right here. Ooh. I ordered this microphone, and then I ordered also the microphone arm that I liked, but that arm didn't come from the microphone creator or provider, whatever you want to call it, manufacturer. There you go. So this arm was meant for a heavier microphone. This one's very, very light. So this arm, when I would just use it how it's meant to be used, like in this kind of zigzag shape, it just, the weight is too low, so the arm just jumps up again. So it just jumps, you know, it just straightens again. So the way that I thought I could use it first doesn't work. But that actually was better, because now I have the microphone arm basically at the end of my, so hold on, let me draw it for you so you can understand it easier. So the arm, so this is my desk. I'm sitting right here. There you go, head. And then you have the screen right here. And then you have another screen right here, which is where you are. That's where you are. Look at you, smiling. But then the arm is right here. Like the arm is basically just like a, if you have the desk edge right here, looking from the side, there is like a clamp that clamps onto the desk. And then the arm goes up. So I put it right here because what works is, it, like usually the arm is just like this, where, you know, that's the microphone, and here it's connected to the desk, and then here the microphone would be. So that's the microphone, okay? Hello. And but that doesn't work, because what it always would do is just go down or go up again, because the tension, the springs that are meant to hold it in place like this are not used or aren't meant to be holding such a light thing, so they just go back to their original position. So I have to use the arm just by, like the arm basically just looks like this. If that's the desk again, so we have it here, the arm just goes straight instead of doing this motion. So now what I've done is, in between my two screens, I have this arm, and when I then want to create a recording, it goes basically through, you know, the gap is a bit closer. I go through the two screens, and then it sits kind of like right here, which is right here, you know, you can see it very right here at the edge of my webcam. And that is good, actually, because it never changes the distance I am from the microphone. So that's one good thing to keep in mind if you want to record your own voiceover, to have the distance, or like to normalize everything you can as much as possible so you can fine tune the variables afterwards. So here you, for example, so this distance is always the same. So now I can fine tune myself. You know, sometimes, usually I sit just like how I normally sit. So I know that when I sit like this, the voiceover always sounds the same. And if I don't tweak the decibel bit, the decibel knob on my microphone, it should always sound the same. And one issue you might run into, which is one issue that I like pulled my hair out for a while over, was mouth noises. I don't know if you can hear them now, maybe, but mouth noises like clicking of the mouth when you're speaking. That usually happens either because, well, for me that happened because I spoke too quietly. So now if I speak a bit louder, speak more like an anime character, the mouth noises stay the same volume because they don't really change when I speak louder, but my voice is louder, so the microphone can remove, or like can move up like the decibel minimum that it needs to reach for my voice to pick up. And this way my voice is still easily audible, or you can hear the voice, but you can't really hear the mouth noises that well, or that really at all anymore, except if you have like very harsh, sharp like clicks, then you can still hear them. But otherwise, that is the only solution that has worked for me, just like to speak a bit louder, or project my voice a bit more. And then also eating an apple during recording. I think the acids in the apple just remove the spit or make it change its form a bit so that it's less clicky. Those are the two things that I do when I record: eat an apple and normalize how I sit and project my voice. That's usually how I keep my voiceovers, how I do all my voiceovers. If you have like a very echoey room, something you can also do, for me it's not that bad. You can slightly hear the echo if you don't have any music on it, so that's why music helps. But if your room is very echoey, what you can do is just get a blanket that is not too heavy and just put it over you, and then you have a perfect sound studio with no echo at all. If you really have like a very echoey like room where you record your stuff in. Okay, I think Evil Bread and Leg Up, I think you're playing Fortnite right now. I think if it would be better if you switch to a different chat room, because otherwise you're just spamming the live chat, which, you know, it's not really about the stream anymore, it's more about, you know, your game. So I would appreciate if you switch to, I don't know, Discord or whatever. But yeah, it's been... Yeah, let's see. Okay, moving on. Hold on. When is the next BlenderCon? Can you rent a booth? There aren't really booths. They're more, what would you call it? Like presentations, planned presentations. But I don't have a presentation. I just go there because I'm curious and I, you know, want to meet people that I've spoken to before in the Blender YouTube space. And it is in October, I think. If you just Google Blender conference, you probably should see it pretty quickly. Yeah. Okay. See you, Leg Up. Hope you have a good game. Good luck. Okay. So let's see if we can use this song further or not. you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. So I like the beat, like the little change right here. Din, 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 din. Let's just kind of this right here. Yeah, it kind of naturally changes to this new style, which I think works quite well here. If I just continue the voiceover, let's see. Here. Animate puts... Oh, okay. So one thing I want to do here is see if I can match the start of my voice over here with the beat right here. Animate puts... here. Right here. Animate puts... Oh, that's a bit quick, but I could maybe... Instead of removing some bit here, I need a few more frames that I can cut up maybe here, just to bring it in line with the music. If I cut up like 2 frames from here and look at this, right, you can already hear it, so that's nice. And then if I bring it over right here, animate puts, that's perfect. So here now, the next sentence starts when the drums play. That's like a small thing that I always love when it happens, when the voiceover kind of sounds like it is in beat or in rhythm with the music. And that happened like really well in one part earlier. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's right here. The first thing I want... Nope. It could be romantic, knowing the general style. Hold on. It could be dark. Nope, not here. It could be knowing the general... In my reference... I think it was a bit later. I'm a big fan of these super... Here it is. Yeah, listen to this. So listen to how the voiceover kind of plays with the music, like how it kind of fits in with the beat, I guess, with the rhythm. One big inspiration was the anime Promare. I'm a big fan of these super big and bold colors, so that developed into the foundation for the rest of the style. That, in combination with these super... Yeah, we usually just... It's just like a few seconds where it works, like here. I'm a big fan of these super big and bold colors, and that fits very well with the music. I'm a big fan of these super big and bold colors. Yeah, and I always like when that happens. Usually that's just by accident, because I do the voiceover before the music, but every time it happens, I'm it's cool. Here. Anime puts less emphasis on physically correct shadows, which 3D is very good at. Okay, let's see how long the explanation for this is. Where do you get your music so that they're separated by instruments? It's just Epidemic Sounds has that functionality where every song usually has a full version, so just the, everything combined, and then a separated version, which I usually use, basically every time. So that's one. There are multiple platforms that offer that. If you're trying to find those and don't want to use Epidemic Sound, you just need to look for like whether they offer music stems. Individual music stems is what they're called. Yeah, that's if they offer that, then they offer this, like these separated bits, I guess, separated parts. Very good at, and more emphasis on these things right here. Okay. Oh, wait. Line art is often crucial to define physically correct shadows, which 3D is very good at, and more emphasis on these things right here. Okay, this might actually work quite well too. Let's see. Here. Line art is often crucial to define the structure of a character, since it's much easier to draw the contours of a nose, for example, than having to create... I think in this moment I ran out of breath. Hold on. Draw the contours of a nose, for example, than having to create perfect shadows for every frame. Okay. Let's see if the music maybe gets too long. We'll see. For every frame. This is one of the biggest issues with trying to create a 2D style in 3D. It's hard to create a decent line art automatically, and even then it doesn't look that great. Okay, I think at this point I need to switch the music, because it doesn't seem like the you know, I'm explaining something, like it takes a bit longer to explain. And this explanation, this is one of the biggest issues with trying to create. Yeah, I think in this moment, I think it makes sense to switch the song to, because it's when I get into like the thing that I wanted to explain before I get back to what I was explaining before. So let's just cut it here and see if we can spice it up a bit. But I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Animate puts less... Okay. Maybe we remove the, the drums again. I don't want to do it too much. Let's see. This issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and understand what I did. To understand what I did, we need to switch... Maybe after the clap. The issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Anime puts less emphasis on physically correct shadows, which 3D is very good at, and more emphasis on these things right here. Line art is often crucial to... Oh, that works really well actually. Even without the beat. It is... Because it's more of a explanation rather than me showing what I do, I think it works well to remove the drums again. Yeah, let's see. Hopefully it works well with the previous bit where I did removed it before. I think it works very well here. And then also like I go even deeper into the explanation, so the music changes again to go even quieter. Line art is often crucial to define the structure of a character, since it's much easier to draw the contours of a nose, for example, than having to create perfect shadows for every frame. This is, and I think that maybe in this moment where it ends, frame, or like in this frame, moment, we can switch to something else. But now I want to know if this quick, like if this bit here where the drums come back in, if that sounds too back and forth or not. Let's see. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right. Maybe I think it's easy. It's better if I fade them out instead of cutting it quickly. Because usually if you fade it out, it's less apparent. And I think that's necessary here, or better. So if I just do this. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and... Yeah, that might be better. Let's see if we can bring it even further. Like this. Fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this. Okay, let's listen to the whole thing. You can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Anime puts less... I think that's better. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's continue. The next bit is, well, it looks pretty, it sounds pretty good now. And now, you know, we have a bit of a runway now, or like a buffer. So now it's time for the visuals. Oh, hello. Okay. Let's see what I need. I think this bit now, let's see. Armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple... Okay, so this bit needs a visual, well, maybe. So sometimes if I show off part of the project, like I explain what I do, I just usually show off the recording of what I actually did. This bit might be a bit different because it is explaining a concept, and so usually when I explain concepts, I want to show something very focused on that thing. So I think for this bit here, I would like to do it a bit different. Armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of... Okay. Think of something like this. I have an idea. So first, we need Blender. I want to work with Blender here because I want to show the different versions that I'm talking about. I don't have them recorded, so I need to create them first. What's the video about? It's about creating my project of creating a Deadpool anime in Blender. Okay, Carpat, I'll good luck recording. And yeah, maybe I'll see you later. Okay, so we think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing, yeah, first things first, visualizing what I'm explaining. So I'm talking about something that you can see if I show you the model. I don't know if I should copy it or if I should, yeah. So usually what I do now, because I want to include more Blender parts into my videos, is I have a project folder for the project and a folder for the video blend files, like a video blend project folder. And because I have that, I probably just want to copy over the Deadpool model to show what I'm working on now. So maybe we can create a nice little neat little transition here. What I'm looking for now here is a part where I model the armor plating, so that we can then transition over to a more focused view on that armor plating. Of course, during the project, I don't know what I'm talking about in the voiceover, so I just record my process. So I oftentimes don't have the perfect visuals for the video right in the recording. I could also just kind of fiddle around with everything I have recorded and try to find something that fits pretty well. But what I prefer is usually to just create new visuals for the bits that I can show with recording, with the stuff that I already have. And here, that's one part, but I don't really talk about this bit. I talk about, let's see, I talk about the hand. I want to probably use the hand armor piece. But first I want to go back and see if I need like a little bit of buffer of more footage in before I go into that visualization. Like for this armor plating, for example. No, okay, I don't. So we can just go straight into what I have in mind. Let's see, where's the hand? Nope, that's the gun holster. Where is it? Should be here. There it is. Perfect. Too far. And it is... Oh. right here. So this bit right here is what I'm looking for. And I'm trying to see if there's a nice angle to switch from the actual recording to the more focused view, to the custom view or not. Okay, first of all, I need to see if that is what the final result looks like or not, to see, so I can see if that transition could work or not. What is all this? Oh. Where's my... oh, I guess I'll just open it. There it is. Okay. Here it is. Oops. I don't need this right now. Okay. It looks similar, does it? I think so. It does. So I could use this as a nice transition from actual recording to the focused view, but I don't think I actually need it here. So if I look at this recording right here and I continue it, oh, for this armor like so, for this, I think I didn't need it. I think I could just immediately go to the focused view and create a custom shot. The idea is probably to have like a smooth transition from this to the other one by sliding in the hand with the armor plating, by just animating it real quick. And yeah, let's do that real quick. For that, of course, I need to copy this bad boy over, which should just be Deadpool. Okay. Can I just copy this? Ah, perfect. Get rid of this. Okay. Do I need these widgets? I think I can just delete them all and they're still there. Okay. Aha, perfect. Okay. Hey, carpet, as much time as you need. Okay. Let's see. First of all, I need to bring back the bones. Oh, they should be here. Items tool. Is it here? Pose options? No. Oh, I think usually if you copy a model like this, it doesn't copy over like the custom expressions, which is kind of annoying. So you don't have the layers, the bone layers in here, but that should be fine. I think I already have everything I need. So basically what I just want to do is create just like a quick and easy shot of the hand coming in. And to make it a bit more spicy, I'm actually kind of gonna animate it. Just like a very basic animation. 1920 by, oops, 1080. Oops. Okay, like a nice close-up of the hand. I'm just gonna rotate it like this. Move it over so the body isn't in view. I also forgot the rig to rig the knife so far, but that shouldn't be a huge issue here. Okay, closer. Okay. It's still too far away. Let's bring the hand to where I want it to be, and then I can frame it better. Oops. You should go over there. Perfect. Okay. Wait, what? How? Oh, okay, right. Oh, I need the hips. This one, okay. Nothing matters but the hand right now, so I'll just move it however I need. Okay, maybe even like this, so I can remove them from the frame. Okay. Oh, I don't need mirroring. Oh, I have an idea. Like this. It could start... let's keep it like this for now. Okay. So now if I focus it on the hand, it could look something like this, which I think could work quite well. Okay. I think for this bit now we need some music, so let's put on something. Let's see what we have here. Maybe we can continue with this song, but just let it play the next songs and see what it gives us. Let it play. Maybe a bit loud, hold on. Okay. So what I basically want to have is like the hand coming in like this, maybe even like this, and showing the armor plating. That's the animation that I want to add here, which shouldn't be too hard. Oops. Okay, also I want to probably just reduce, hold on. Okay, I want to reduce the resolution so it's easier, less lag. Okay, I think we can go even further in, like that, perfect. Okay, and once we have the basic, the main shot, I can then animate it. That's pretty good. So, oh, maybe a bit lower. So you can see here, this empty right here, like these lines show where the focus will be, the middle of the image. So I can kind of put it right there in the middle. So this should be pretty good. Okay, so now we can animate. So the first bit is creating the kind of timing. How much time do I actually have here? Like for this armor plating, for example, if you roughly armor plating, for example, probably here. So how many frames is that? Adjustment clip. That is 44 frames. I don't need this anymore. So I have 44 frames to create this animation. Oops. Which should be fine. Okay. And it should probably end somewhere here. Okay. So if we have that here. And then at the beginning, it's probably good to just open it and move it over here. Elbow's doing what it wants. Well, that's fine. Okay. Oh, wait. I didn't save the rotation. Should be more like this. Okay. So that's fine. And rotation is there, good. And then this bit needs to... I think the rotation is already pretty good, so this needs to change now. Yeah, I started creating custom Blender animations for the videos as well. Which of course takes longer, but also looks better in my opinion. That's one reason why the videos take longer to create. Okay, that's good. Okay, it's pretty slow right now, probably also because the playback is weird. You need to switch it to frame dropping. That's the one weird thing about Blender, that the playback setting is usually set, like default is set to play every frame, which just slows your animation down automatically. Like it just, because it wants to play every frame, it just slows it down sometimes by like 50%. And then you think the timing is good, and then you remember that the playback is wrong, switch it to frame dropping, and then the timing is completely off. Something that you need to, I guess, be aware of. Okay. I think the basic movement is fine. One thing that I want to do though, the position doesn't change. Okay. So what I want to have is like this kind of movement. I think what will help that too is to just move that up a bit. No? Okay, the song is just not playing. Oh wait, it doesn't. Is there no autoplay? I guess I'll just play it myself. Okay. Okay, I think it's fine for now. I'm gonna go to the fingers now. And they should begin kind of like this. Like spread out. This one too. Maybe not over there. Okay, so it should start like this. And then it should end like a fist. Kind of like this. Looks kind of weird right now. Okay. Rotation is a bit off right now. Okay. Oftentimes something also important for fists to make them look natural is to give them like a slight sort of like a fall off, which makes it just look more natural, because this finger, like the index finger, bumps into the thumb muscle, I guess, on the palm, which means it can't go as far into the hand as the other fingers, and giving it this gradual slope, I guess, yeah, is kind of the result of that. So if you do this, it'll make it look a bit more natural. And then we can use the thumb. The thumb should be like this, okay. For this one I actually need the other layer, the second layer of finger bones details. Like this. Looks kind of weird right now. Let's see if we can figure it out. I think all the fingers just need to be a bit more, let's see. Look at my own hand. A bit more curled. Okay, that should be fine. For this quick clip, it's not to, it doesn't need to be perfect. See what it looks like with full resolution. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Next up, let's see what it looks like. Okay. Getting there. Next up, I want to keep them pretty straight for quite a while. So I'll just grab all these and grab the keyframes, move them over here. Yeah, that definitely looks better, but probably can start somewhere over here. Yes. Okay, getting there. Hold on. Eating my breakfast right now as well. Something that will immediately make your hand animation look better is if you offset the fingers. So for at least if I do this motion myself, I usually start with my pinky finger. So if I move all the other bones and offset them slightly by like 2 frames, it should give us a more natural motion. Look at that, perfect. I could maybe even elongate it a bit more here. Okay. Oh, also what I want to do real quick is I want to increase the pass-bar to 1, just so I can see what the camera can see. Usually you can see a bit more because of the pass-bar to only being at 50%. But here I want to only see what the camera can see, so I can make sure that first of all the camera isn't, I mean the hand isn't already in view from the beginning, and then also just deframing overall. Okay. Next up I want to change the hand movement slightly, like the rotation, the broad rotation, to make it a bit more natural. I don't want to go into curves yet. I want to see if I can figure it out without them first. Oh, I haven't really adjusted the thumb yet. I think the thumb should be the last thing moving in. Maybe this can even go over here. I think that's fine. It's not perfect yet, but it goes in the right direction. The rotation still looks weird. Maybe what I want to do is offset the rotation directions so that they're, I guess, just more natural looking. Oh, that already looks way better. Even just by changing when the rotation on each axis starts can make a huge difference. And then maybe doing the same here. Kind of randomly placing them. Look at that, that looks pretty good. And since it's just a short animation, I don't want to spend too much time on it, which I tend to do, trying to perfect it. All it's really doing is giving me like a nice transition from this footage to the next bit. And now maybe even the only thing that is still left is the, what would you call it? The position change. What if I just do the same here as well and just offset the axis? The only problem that I have right now with this is it seems very abrupt. I think I want to move it a bit further forward, which is a bit annoying, so I'm probably just going to revert the position. Oh, adjustments. I think that's better. We'll see. Okay. It still looks quite sudden, the stop of the hand. Why? Let's look at the curves. Maybe we can adjust the curves to make it look a bit better. I think the rotation is fine. I think the problem is the location. Let's see. So the curves themselves look pretty fine. This Y, what does this do? Okay, that doesn't really change much. So it should be here. What if I just do this? Ah, look at that, already looks better. I think that's pretty good. Look at that. I think that's pretty good. Welcome, Blender lads. Do you want to add a strong impact when he closes his hand? It's more... it's kind of supposed to be just like a smooth motion rather than like a strong impact. And I think like this, it looks already like that. I think what I want to change now is when the fingers start closing. So if I just bring those even further forward, I think that's fine. And now the thumb, I think, is the only thing that needs to change. It should be just more sudden, I think. And then one last touch to make it perfect is to give them like an after correction, the fingers. So to give them like a slight adjustment once they're in position, which I think helps with the natural look as well. So once they're in place, give it just a slight more at the end. Like, let's see. Maybe just a bit, you know, gripping even tighter. For this one, it can be quite slight. This one can be a bit stronger. This one can be even stronger. And this one can be the strongest. Just so that there's no sudden stop after the main movement. And then if I offset again, actually, do I need to offset it? Maybe not. I don't really see the change. But I think it's changing. But I think it's also fine. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Quick and easy. Next up, I want to see what it looks like in rendered view. Oh, right. For this one, I want to change to Eevee because I want to show off what the actual you know, final result looks like. Okay. So, oh, I probably also need a line art modifier here. That shouldn't be too bad. I could just go, oh, I closed the file. Well, that's fine. I can probably also just add a new. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna add a new line art modifier. I think that's better. Let me add a new collection. Call it Deadpool. And then, oh, well, we'll see. Okay. First things first, we need a light, because otherwise it just looks weird. This one doesn't do it well. Let's just add a sunlight. That's what I usually use. That already looks fine. I think that is fine for a lighting for this. What I really want to just highlight is this pad. And I think I'm going to do that just by making it wide so it's easy to see. And I can create an easier transition. Oh, I need to go in here, change the gray. Let's just call it armor blades. And change the color. This one, let's see. Should it be white? I want to just make it so it's, you know, separated from the hand. And for this one, yeah, I think I'm just going to stick to something easily recognizable, like a nice magenta. Which apparently doesn't work here for some reason. Wait, is that even the armor plate? It should be. Oh, no. Oh, you can't see the color because there's no shadow on the actual plate. Okay. Maybe I should just do it white. I think white should be better. Let's see what it looks like in the final look. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Coming in, turning, and then you can see the white plate. Also something on there which might not help with this look. Oh, it doesn't change anything. Okay. Yeah, just so it's easily recognizable that that's what I'm talking about. Like, I could also make it glow, but maybe that's a bit too much. Actually, let's see what it looks like. So if I render this. Welcome, Nota. Hope you had a good day. Hope you have a good day. Maybe it just started. Maybe it has been going for a while. Do you combine finger animation with some material changes? For this one, I want to just... The hand is really only to show that it's, you know, Deadpool. The main focus here is the plate, which is on the hand right now, like this white bit, which I then can use to transition to something, to a different shot. Oh, I want to see what it looks like if it's glowing. I don't know if it helps with what I have in mind. Let's see. If we go in here and just add a quick glare. The problem is everything is glowing, but if I make this one glow more, maybe, maybe that helps. So if I set this to like 4. I don't know if the glow helps. I think it does. But maybe it would be cool if it was glowing a different color. I think we can do that by just changing, by giving it just a very, very slight saturation. Like this. So it's not visible in the, like it still looks white, but the glow will be a different color. Red maybe? Yeah, let's do red. Okay, well it doesn't do anything. If I add more saturation, it should add more. Let's see. Yeah, but it's not strong enough. So I'm just not gonna do it, I think. Just gonna keep it a white. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now all that's left to do is to render it. Everything I need is already there. Let me save it real quick. Armor, plate. And then I also want to remove the background, because I want to put it on top of the current footage, which should be film. There you go, transparent. Okay. Now if we render this should work pretty well. Also, I need to change the color management, because usually the standard is AGX, which in this case isn't really what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to get standard none. Yeah, let's just use standard none. I can still adjust it if I need to. Then what I like to do, I think for this one, JPEG is fine. Okay, what's it called again? Armor plate transition. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Welcome, Zach. Welcome, Wally. Hope you both had a good day. Have a good day. Probably not over yet. Maybe we can make it a bit darker to show it. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, render it again. That happens sometimes. Sometimes I render whole scenes, realize there's one change I forgot, and then I need to render it again. I mean, it might not be a problem for this scene because it's a pretty short scene, and especially in Eevee, but sometimes that happens in big cycled scenes, and that's not cool. Zach, I feel like I've seen you before. Like, your name sounds familiar. Have you been in my previous live streams? Maybe. I feel like I've seen you there before. I might be wrong. Just getting started. Perfect. Yeah. I want to see if I can stream my workflow a bit more. Just because, I don't know. Sounds fun. And, yeah, this one's the first day that I'm trying it. If I probably want to 100% focus on the project, I probably won't. But, this project doesn't necessarily have like an end date or like a deadline. It kind of has, but it doesn't necessarily. Like a soft deadline, I guess, which I'm not going to hit anyway. So I thought, you know, might as well try it out. And yeah, here we are. Okay. Render's done. Let's see what it looks like if we add it in here. Render. Oh, there it is. Oh. Wait, is that transparent or is it not? It's not. Why is it not transparent? First of all, I want to see the overall, for example. If you imagine... I think that's fine. But it doesn't look good. Because it is... Wait. No, that's fine. Example. If you imagine what... I'm thinking... I haven't really explained this... The 2D style yet, how I create it. So maybe showing the 2D style on the hand already might be a problem. For example, I might just switch it to a 3D view, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, for example. If you imagine what... I also don't know why it's... Oh, I know why. For some reason, Blender's glow composition effect removes the alpha channel, or just removes transparency for some reason, which is not cool. Maybe I'll just render it in this view. I think that might be actually better. This is what is already known, like this view has been shown before. So sticking to this might be a better idea. Yeah, so I'm gonna use that. Delete it again. Let's do a viewport render. And then, I don't know if viewport renders can have transparency though, but I could probably just key that out. I can just remove the background. Oh, hold on. Quick trick. If you want to remove the background of the viewport, just change it to a completely different color, like this. Maybe not in this case, maybe different color might be better here because we already have like a reddish tone. Maybe something like this is better. Good old green screen. Oh, I need to change this down here. Never mind. Hold on. There you go. Perfect. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I've seen you before. I remember it. Welcome, Iliamu. Hope you had a good day. Hope you have a good day. I don't know why I always say the wrong thing. Welcome back, Carpet. Hope the recording went well. There you go. Perfect. Oh, it actually has transparency as well, which is nice. Okay. The two material look great. Yeah, but I haven't really introduced them in the video yet, so I'm going to probably stick with the viewport render, which I think is better. Let's see. Oh, I hate that about DaVinci. DaVinci creates like a cache of every image that you import, and if it's in there for too long and you re-render something, and you import the new images from the same directory, and the images have the same name, it just shows the cache of the previous images, which is kind of annoying. So So because I re-rendered this, but the cache is still there, it shows the old frames. But if I now move them over to this folder and import them, it's gonna be the new look. I don't know why that, I don't know how to deactivate that because it's kind of annoying. But yeah. Like for this armor. Okay. Oh. It didn't remove the for this armor. There's no transparency. Why not? Weird. Okay. Well, that should still be fine. I can just remove it here. No, here. Yeah, let's remove the background. What I need is a good old keyer. So this basically just looks at this. Maybe might be pretty. It's basically like a node system, just like in Blender, where this is the original footage, and then you can add different effects to it in this line, and this is the output. So here now, this when I add a keyer and just select this, just removes the background, which is exactly what I want. Then I can smooth it out a bit, or I can fine tune the range a bit to remove even more of that black. I think the easiest bit is just to select more and more, like this. Okay. And then by adjusting the matte a bit, I can contract it a bit more to remove more of that black. And that should be fine. I don't know what the the threshold does for this. This should be fine though. Look at that. Like for the edges are a bit sharp right now though, so I'm probably gonna smooth them out just a tiny bit by blurring them. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Easy. And this can create a nice transition from this shot, like for this armor plate, to this. And this serves as a way to focus on this bit right here. Like for this armor plate, like for this. The problem is that during, like, I recorded this footage here, which is for this quick compilation. Like for this, I just recorded it, I cut it together in DaVinci and then just recorded it with my phone to make it a bit more spicy. But that also means that it cuts off right here, like the background footage, which of course looks weird if it happens in the video. So I think what I'm gonna do is just go in here and reverse this armor plating, for example. Yeah, look at that, looks pretty good. Just to kind of extend this look a bit, because there's no sudden or big movement, you can't see really that it's reversed. So that's a simple technique how you can extend footage that is kind of only in the background. For this armor plating, okay, here I want to switch to a different what would you call it? Different, yeah, to the next shot. Welcome, Tailbox. Hope you had a good day. Hope you have a good day. Remove the spline tab. Oh, hold on. Oh, right here, right? Yeah, the nodes are, yeah. So I have a widescreen monitor, so I have more over here, which you can see, and which is also why you can't see the footage on the left. You can only see, you know, my editing area. There's, you know, it's not really anything crazy over here. So, you know, it's, I don't want to make it show the whole screen because then you have like black borders at the top and bottom. But I guess I can just do that. I can just remove the spline because usually I don't use it. Now you can see the nodes. Woo! Look at that. Yeah, there you go. Oh, little keying error, but that's kind of... I haven't seen it yet, so nobody else will see it in the 1 second that is on screen. Like for this armor plate game. Armor plate. I want to go right here. First of all, this needs to be frozen because I want to extend it. For example, this armor plate. And then I want to transition from the mix shot to a focus shot on the armor plating. Should be pretty easy. I need another one of these. And what I want to do here is I want to only key the blue bit. Oops. This way I can... Aha, perfect. I can invert it and only have this left. I don't know how to remove some parts, so you can see here this it went a bit too far, but I think if I contract it, it does nothing. Perfect. I think I need to blur it and then there you go. Okay, well, it doesn't really do much. I think I'm just gonna restart. Let's try that again. The thing is, I could also just mask it by just cutting out the shape. But the problem is, if I do that, because it's still moving, I would have to animate the mask, and I don't want to do that. So I'll try this keying first. Just like color selection, I guess you could call it. Why does it not? Oh. Which should still look fine, like this. And then invert it. Perfect. And then because I don't want to have the armband there, I'm just gonna create a quick mask here. There are different ways you could do that here, but sometimes what I like to do is just add this. And if you enable in the brightness contrast node, alpha, you just remove everything, or reduce the opacity or transparency. And now if I add a quick mask to it, I can remove this and keep the other part. Make sure that it's not... Oh. I want to see when I... Actually, it's armor plate. Here I want to transition to the next bit. So from this point on, it needs to look good. Which it does. Perfect. There's still a line here. Like a very, very faint line. So let's get rid of that as well with the mask. And then it should be fine. There you go. And then here comes the magic. More plate. Good old solid color. Zip. And then we only have the armor plating. Ooh. Perfect. Welcome, The Only Killer. I think that's the name. It's purple on blue, so it's hard to read. I can't change the chat background color, I think. I think I read it right. So now we can see hand plating gone. Perfect. And then I can switch and focus on this thing. So I want to fade this in real quick. Either fade in or slide in. I think for this the fade in is better. Like this. Bam. Also not black, because that doesn't really work well here. Maybe something chill. I don't like pure white, because if you have like watch this on full screen, the video, and all of a sudden you get flashbanged by a white background, I don't want to have that happen. So I either go with my standard 1A, 1A, 1A gray, but that of course doesn't work here. So I'll just do 255 minus 26 is 235 to 29. Should be the opposite, like the inverse of A1, 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 which is, let's see, E5, 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 which is like a slightly, yeah, like a bright gray, which usually works better. Or, you know, it's less harsh on the eyes. And then we can freeze this. For example, plating. Okay, and this creates a nice transition from, like for this armor plating, for example, to this. So now we can focus on this bit, which is the armor plating on his hand. And we can focus on it a bit more by just adding a zoom in. This adjustment clip, is there something similar like to an adjustment clip in Blender? I'm thinking. I don't, maybe modifiers? So adjustment clips are basically you could, for example, go to the clip itself and just zoom in. Or you can just use an adjustment clip and everything underneath the adjustment clip gets affected by what transformations or what effects you apply to the adjustment clip. So for example, if I hide this, if I hide, no. So you can see here, for example, you can see the original recording. Oh no, the original phone recording. You can see the animation hand, like the viewport hand, and you can see the, you can see the white background too, and you can see the layered on top armor plating. If I zoom now, you can see everything gets changed. Instead of going into one, doing it individually, you can do it all in one. Okay, armor plating. And then we can go in here, go here, zoom in a bit. Hold on, a quick snack break. Armor plating, for example. Okay. Does it drive you crazy to hear the same line over and over? At this point, I'm pretty used to it. It might sound weird if you've never heard it before. Especially if you hear this. Sometimes, yeah, if you never heard that, it might sound weird. But yeah, I've done it so often now that I don't really hear it anymore. I can also, you know, if that's annoying, I can just also hide, like, disable it. But usually I use it to time everything. So even if I go frame by frame, armor plating. I know when I say armor plating, and I know the exact frame for that. Plating. But, it's yeah, I've become numb to it. For example. Okay, I still need to adjust something. Actually, no. I think what I want to do is create a drawing of this armor plating, because I want to show. So what I'm explaining here is, hold on. What I'm explaining next is, if you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. So I'm explaining what you would draw, like how you would draw it in 2D, and why you wouldn't if it's animated. Because if you draw something three-dimensional in animations, you probably want to make it as simple as possible, so you don't have to have to draw the same 3D model in every frame and make sure that it's perfectly perfect perspective-wise. So I'm explaining why in this project now I don't give these plates any thickness, because if you would animate them, you probably wouldn't give them thickness as well. Give them thickness either. And so you have to imitate that in 3D as well, otherwise it just looks too perfect. Like for this armor plating, for example. So what I probably want to do is have a transition from this to a drawn version of this. Actually, maybe if you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something. I think I want to have a harsh cut here. And then switch to a different view of that plating. Let me actually listen to what I said here so I can fully know what I'm trying to visualize. Like for this armor plate. But also have to be aware of the problems that those can create when you're trying to imitate a 2D style. When you're drawing a 3D object, it won't be perfect. So you have to add that imperfectness into the 3D model as well. Like for this armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw. Okay, yeah. So, first thing first, if you show it with thickness and then remove it. If you imagine what it would look like, then for example, if you imagine, I don't like the lines there, but I can probably remove them pretty easily. Let's do that real quick. Let's just do it on the still frame, so I don't have to do it for the animated bit. There you go, in case you're interested in the nodes. Sometimes I talk too fast. I combine I messed up sentences with the good sentences. Yeah. Yeah. I usually, when I try to catch myself, or I try to just continue the messed up, or I either stop, wait for a second, and then continue, like read the line again, or I just continue the messed up line, and maybe the end sounds really good, so I can combine the beginning of a different try with the end of this try. That's what I usually do. Yeah, the biggest problem is always like the biggest issue, or the thing that I want to avoid, is make it, when it sounds like you've cut different lines or different tries together, so it doesn't sound as natural as it should, or as it should. There you go. I think that should be fine. There you go. Look at that, no lines. Wow. Oh. There you go. Plating, for example. Plating, for example. Okay. Next up. Hold on. Music. Okay. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something. Yes. So, I think what I want to do here is just like another view of that plate. Two shots, which is like a turnaround shot where it's like rotating. Which shouldn't be too hard. I think I'm just gonna make a new scene. This one will be the transition. New copy. Let's call that what would you call it? It's oh, turntable 1. I'm gonna do both turntables in one. because all I really need is the plating. This is already a duplicate, right? Yes. I need nothing but the plating. Oh, I shouldn't probably do that. I want to keep it in the same place roughly. Which should still work actually. Oh. I wonder if I should I show multiple different pads to show that it's a pad, to make it clearer that it's a pad? The one thing that I always try to make sure is that it's very clear what I'm talking about. And I wonder if I should still keep the hand here or not. If it's clear enough that if you see this weird shape, this weird trapezoid, rounded trapezoid, that you know, okay, that is an armor plating or not. Or if I should just show multiple. I have an idea. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna do this. Apply. Remove parent. And then I only have this. I think that's fine. So this should be the exact same position as before, which is perfect. So we can create a smooth, perfect transition here from this to the next bit. And what I want to do now is basically just give it like a slight... Oh, right. I should probably change the rotation point to something like... Let's see. It's not perfectly in the middle, which is kind of a problem, but I could adjust it probably afterwards. I will probably just move it over a bit so that it is in the middle, and then it's easier to rotate. So now I can just do this, animate it like this, and show the three-dimensionality of it. I wonder if I should actually make it a wireframe. No, that's weird. So what I want to do first, let's see, how much time do we have for this whole animation? If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw, okay, this is when it should stop. So this is how much time we have. Oops. If you imagine, so this is where it should, should start rotating. Like, you know, just rotating the 2D thing. Then it gets thickness, and then it cuts off because it is because then I go into the explanation. So if you imagine what it would, okay, first things first, I need to rotate it. I want to make it slowly start rotating. I don't want to make it instant, like an instant rotation, I think. So I need to animate that real quick. How many frames was that? 124. Okay. So we have a bit of time to animate this. We have probably 10 seconds so we can start accelerating. Something. So I could just. You know what? No, I'm gonna make it easy on myself. I'm just gonna. Oops. I'm gonna rotate the Z rotation, like the Z axis, with just like a frame expression. Frame divided by 20, for example. Just make it nice and slow. Maybe not. I don't know why it lags so much. Probably because I'm editing, streaming, and animating at the same time. Let's see. Okay. But it's not too fast, that's good. But it's, maybe it should be a bit faster. Because we're already, let's see, when I want to switch, when I want to give it thickness. And you would probably think of something like, something like this, like here. So this is where I want to give it thickness, which is which frame? 92. 92. Right here. Until there, right now, it only creates, it doesn't even finish one whole rotation. So I want to make it probably a bit quicker. Maybe even just 10. What does that look like? Okay, maybe 15 should be fine. I think 15 is fine. I wonder. I think what I want to do is actually compare this to the 3D version. So basically now the step would be, I want to give it, you know, thickness like this. And, you know, so you can see it. But the thing is, I don't want to make it too sudden, and I want to make it clear that this has changed. I want to make it clear that this has changed from 2D to 3D, and only changing, like adding thickness like this might not be enough. So what might be easier or better is just to have another one slide in that is the newer version, like the 3D version. I think that's what I'm gonna do to really make it clear that that's the one, that's the look that I mean. So in this moment, I want to animate it moving over, which shouldn't be too bad. In this case, I just want to do this. How many frames? Let's give it 10. There you go. Move it maybe to over here. That should be fine. And then animate it so that it gets bumped over, make it a sudden change. Like this. Oops. Yeah, I think that's good. Kind of laggy, so it's hard to see, but it probably looks good. for what are you doing this shot? So this is gonna be for, for this bit right here where I explain why this is 2D for my model and not 3D. So I go from the kind of compilation shot to, by, you know, with the transition from this hand, focus on the armor plating. I zoom in, and then I go over into the, yeah, this next scene. And this looks fine already, so now we need the duplicate. Oh, hold on. This should be over here. Okay. And then I also want this probably to be moved over. There you go, perfect. Then you have both of them. But of course this one is the 3D version, which then also needs to be 3D. There you go, with a quick bevel you can make the edges a bit sharper. Perfect. Look at that. I think that's pretty clear that one is different than the other. Perfect. Okay, I think that's actually it. So we can render this. Of course, to a different folder. Perfect. It's yeah, it's an viewport animation again. So it is already in frame, but it's gonna come into the frame in the actual animation because because I have zoomed in with the adjustment clip or whatever it's called. So when I add this underneath the adjustment clip, it's gonna zoom in a bit, and then this, you know, the bit right here on the right that is half in frame is gonna be out of frame, hopefully. Oh. I made a mistake. I put in the wrong save location. Time to render it again. Usually I plan, so I usually don't plan the shots beforehand, but when I listen to, so the problem is I can't really plan the shots beforehand because the visuals, so everything kind of depends on the music. So I usually do the visuals, like I determine the visuals based on the music. So if it's like a, you know, like a fun song, I make the animations a bit more fun. If it's a bit darker, I maybe make the animations a bit darker. And since I don't really know what song will fit with the voiceover, yeah, I just come up with the with the shots as I go. Kind of like how I did it for this shot. Oh. There you go. Let's see what it looks like. If you imagine what it... Yeah, okay, so this is of course a bit wrong because it has moved, but we can just adjust it here. Why is it so far down? Oh. Because it, I think I'm actually just gonna match this to this. Good thing is I already have a mask, but bad thing is the mask looks bad. I need to render it again. Who would have thought? Because I want to have the green background, so it's easier to key the background, remove the background. I think the way to do that is just to remove the transparent setting. I don't think you can see it because my face cam is on it, but... Oh. No, yeah, perfect. The green is back. Okay, so that's what I wanted. For some reason, if I set it to film, the viewport background turns into black. So let's render it once more. So I like to, because the song is such a big has such a big impact on the actual video, and I like to use songs that may be a bit unconventional for YouTube videos, because they're more like, they could also just be, you could also just listen to the song instead of, like, they're more they're less background music and more like main music that you would listen to when you like drive or whatever, and that gives me another opportunity to play with, like, another layer of intrigue, and because the music is such a big, because I want to make everything play together, it's easier to make everything play together with the music, so tune everything to the music rather than trying to make the music fit the visuals, and that's why I do it this way. Okay, let's see if the cache has already been created, obviously. So I need to create a folder again. Okay. There you go. Okay. Now, of course, to line it up. Oh, first of all, the key. Shouldn't be too hard now that we have the green. Zip. Oops. Get as close as possible to the green. And then soft range to rein it in. Good thing is we also have the... is it in here? There's a... Oh, here it is. And then if you use the spill method something, it removes the green, which of course would be a very, you know, extreme color. With this we can just make it something, you know, more fitting. There you go. I'm not an expert in creating, you know, keys, but it works pretty well. And then we can just do this. I can also probably just copy what I did here, move it over, and then go from there. Oops. Okay, so line it up. Let's see if it will be actually seamless or not. I have a feeling it's not gonna be, but we'll see. Armor plating, for example. If you imagine, it's actually not too bad. If you imagine what, you don't really see the change. Maybe also because the background has changed. Let's see. If you imagine what it would, if you imagine, for some reason the perspective has changed, even though I haven't really changed the perspective. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But that's fine. The rest is fine. So the transition is a bit weird, but I have a trick that might fix this. For that, we need a little bit of buffer. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll see. Oh. Okay. So if we do this, oops. There's a little effect that you're gonna use, which merges two things together. It's called what's it called? Smooth cut. Okay, doesn't work here for some reason. I know why. We need to do something here. Freeze this. Okay. Now. Okay. Does work. That's fine. Trying to think why this has changed. It's so yeah, the perspective has changed slightly, which makes makes it jump. And I wonder if there's a way to fix this without adjusting it manually. I think what I'm gonna do, let's see if this works. I can grab a still frame of this and then export it move it into Blender, into the camera view, and see if I can line it up that way. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be better than this. So let's see if that can be done. I don't want to fiddle around like trying different rotations and then rendering it every time. So let's see if this works. If we add a background image to this camera. And we select this. Okay. Oh, we could actually also immediately add the we can also immediately add the transformation that I've added afterwards. So we could actually perfectly align it. Look at that. Okay, so that works pretty well. Now, why is it rotated so weirdly? Is it just oh, look at that. X rotation. No, it's X and Y. No, it's only X. That's better. Almost there. And then I think that's perfect. That should be not perfect, but it should be good enough at least. Then we can move this over to this one as well, and we can see, yeah, that should line up good enough. And then this one comes in, and then we have both. Okay. This one is a bit further to the right than the other one. So I could also add a slight movement here, just so I can center both. There you go. That looks fine, perfect. And then give it a slight X location. Give it the same movement, like curve, kind of like this. And then nobody will see it because it is the same, the background has the same color. Okay, that should make it perfect. Okay, perfect. So I can now remove this folder again because this has the cache. So if you get rid of this, also get rid of it in here. I can then, oh, just render it. No, I need to remove the background. I don't know if that actually gets rendered, but just in case, get rid of that and then render it. Oh, you should remove everything. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. This should line up perfectly. Almost perfectly. Put it in. If you imagine what... Yeah, that's fine. If you imagine what... Nobody will notice it. Keep it to yourself, okay? If you imagine what... If you imagine... It might also just be distorted here because of the... no, it shouldn't. Whatever. Okay. Quickly get rid of the green and then we should be fine. Good old green rare. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like. Oh, the white background. Like for this armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would... Yeah, that's fine, for example. If you... It's like one of those things. If you're the one that creates the thing, you notice it immediately. But if you just watch it, nobody will see it. so it's not really worth putting more time into. Or plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then if you imagine what it... Yeah, currently I'm trying to convince myself that it's not worth putting more time into this. Example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw... Okay. Now, this needs to be paused. Oops. Okay. But when you have to... Yeah, that's fine. So I'm kind of thinking... because the 3D object, the 3D plating comes in pretty late, you might not have like that much, you don't have that much time right now to understand it. So I'm thinking whether I should give this shot more time or if I just go to the next one. Let's see, let's go with it. Let's see it in full action with a bit more room. 3D model as well. Like for this armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw... I think it's fine. I think it's easy to understand because it's such a simple shape that we don't need more time with this. When you have to draw this. But when you have to draw... Should I add a but? Should I add a but over this? Maybe. Nah. But when... Looks weird, I think. Yeah. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. Okay. Okay, I have an idea for this shot. But let's, I first need something here before we get... You probably just ignore that... when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So, okay, I have an idea. Oh, okay. So, I think I want to make a, what would you call it? I want to make a, what would you call it? A... no. Oh. Dude, the biggest problem I always have is I come up with these ideas and I already know how long they're going to take. But they're just going to look so... They're going to be the perfect visual. So I want to still do them. I think I'm just going to do it. So what I want to do probably is just put my phone like over here. Or just record myself drawing this shape over and over and over and over and over again on a paper. Like I did before this somewhere. Here, over and over and over again. It won't to visualize. But when if you're gonna draw it over and over and over again, you don't want to draw like the three-dimensionality to it as well. Times you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So, yeah. So yeah, I guess that's what we're gonna do. I need my thing real quick. Hold on, let me eat some real quick. I need to finish this at some point. So I guess we can do a quick 5-minute break, and then we're gonna get into it. The thing is, it's only gonna take long because I need to draw 50 of these things so I can speed it up. But I guess the shape is pretty simple. So yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think the turntable is fine. Welcome Zenith. Hope you have a good day. So yeah, let me show you. So so I don't think I can play this fully smoothly just because it's so my PC's already, let's see. My PC already struggled showing the animated viewport. 70% view memory. So I don't think I can show you the visuals that well because it's just gonna lag the whole time. But I can show you the I guess I can just play the music and voiceover, the sound. Yeah, because if I also play the visuals, the sound is also gonna lag. So I would rather just play what is gonna be smooth, rather than the what do you call it? Like laggy everything. Yeah. Okay. So quick video check, listening to what it sounds like so far. I guess we could also listen to the next bit and see if the sound here for the end still sounds good, or if there needs to be any adjustments. Okay, there you go. Creating a Deadpool anime. In my opinion, these two would work perfectly together, but somehow nobody has done this before. And now, with the Deadpool movie right around the corner, it's time to turn this idea into reality. I've recreated Spirited Away, Berserk, and even myself as an anime character before, and collected a ton of knowledge on how to create an anime in 3D over the past year. Now, it's time to put all this knowledge to the test and create an original anime based on Deadpool. The first thing I wanted to define was the style I was going for. It could be dark, it could be romantic, it could be epic. Knowing the general style makes it much easier to nail down the other elements afterwards. In my reference collection for this project, I collected everything I thought looks cool and could work together in one style. One big inspiration was the anime Promare. Real quick, I don't know if that pronunciation for that name is right, but I'm not going to change it at this point. So if it's wrong, I don't care anymore. One big inspiration was the anime Promare. I'm a big fan of these super big and bold colors, so that developed into the foundation for the rest of the style. That, in combination with these super loose and sketchy fight scenes from the anime One Punch Man, I thought can create a style that is bright and colorful while still conveying the strength of the characters really well. Speaking of characters, the biggest issue with the characters in my previous projects was, well, this one was barely holding together, but for my Berserk project there was one big problem. When you look at these hands, they have a very sharp and defined structure. Even when there aren't too many lines, the shape of them is still well defined. But the way I set up my characters here created very smooth deformations in areas that aren't really supposed to be smooth. Look at this shot right here. The elbow... Wait a second. Why do I hear vocals? But the way I set up my characters here created very smooth deformations in areas that aren't really supposed to be smooth. Look at this shot right here. The elbow is basically non-existent and the fingers look more like sausages. My main idea to fix that issue was to create a more defined body. Each body part is made up of clear lines that imitate what you would see in drawings to create a more distinct and stylized silhouette. This won't just help with the overall shape, but also create sharper shadows, which was another issue I ran into last time. There's a fine line that you always have to walk for these 3D, 2D projects, where you want to take advantage of the benefits of 3D, but also have to be aware of the problems that those can create when you're trying to imitate a 2D style. When you're drawing a 3D object, it won't be perfect, so you have to add that imperfectness into the 3D model as well. Like for this armor plating, for example. If you imagine what it would look like, then you would probably think of something like this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So for the 3D model, I basically did the same. Most of Deadpool's gear is paper thin to avoid the look of this perfectly drawn 3D object. His guns are actually probably the hardest part of his whole character, since they are basically just more detailed 3D cubes, so it'll be hard to add some imperfections into them once they're they're animated. I already simplified them a ton to follow the same theme of easy to draw, but I think I'll have to do even more to make them look 2D. Usually, anime tries to avoid having to animate complex 3D objects, so maybe I can imitate that here as well, and just avoid complex camera movements, especially when the guns are in focus. But of course, the 3D model is just one part of the equation. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw, which is right here on the edges. If you get close enough, you can see the pixelation of the texture. I could just make the texture much bigger, but I actually found a better way to fix this issue. To understand what I did, we need to switch gears for a second and look at this right here. Anime puts less emphasis on physically correct shadows, which 3D is very good at, and more emphasis on these things right here. Line art is often crucial to define the structure of a character, since it's much easier to draw the contours of a nose, for example, than having to create perfect shadows for every frame. I think it's fine. I don't 100%, maybe I think this change might be the shader setup. But with this setup, you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit... Hold on. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the... This might be it sounds a bit sudden, like from going very subtle to very strong, I guess, like the song itself. But it's not too bad, but I want to see if I can make a slight adjustment to make it better. Shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. Oh, that sounds weird. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick texture. It basically allows me to choose different colors for the white and black areas. But this technique has one flaw. Okay, so to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted the base doesn't do much. It adds just slightly more depth to the instrument, but I thought maybe I could hide one of these or just mute them to create a more smooth transition to this different melody or whatever. Colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I painted a quick... I think what I can do... hold on. My good old trick 17. Just grab this right here. A good old riser. To make you anticipate the change. So, yeah, this is what a riser is. There you go. Might be a bit quiet. Hold on. Just so you can hear it, let me bump the... Wait, is it that quiet actually? Yeah, it is. Okay. So if I make this louder. So that's what it does. It creates anticipation for what is about to come in a few seconds, or in 1 second. And that is great, I think, here for when you want to create a more smooth transition from and then to where, yeah, so the sound, they sound very, so this one's very calm. I don't know if I'm over explaining it, but yeah, the melody, I feel like without the riser, I haven't seen it yet, but hold on. So this is very, very chill, and then it immediately changes to this, which is fine because it still transitions well. But I think with this riser, let's see, it might sound a bit better because it already raises the tension a bit, which might make it a bit smoother, the transition. Oh, I did it too quickly. It was a bit too early. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that helps. This one can probably be longer. I could just use the same here. And then speed it up a bit. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's see. Let's listen to it. The way to turn this into this is with this setup right here. It is a very basic cell shading shader setup, but with this setup you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his suit, I think that helps. Do I change the volume? Let's make it slightly quieter. Maybe -3. With this setup, you can only really determine the highlight and shadow colors. So to add the leather bits of his... Yeah, that's good. I like that. Okay, perfect. Problem fixed. I don't really use stock footage. I usually just create my own footage. If you already have, you know, the skills to create any 3D environment that you want, why not create your own footage? And then also, you know, if I need any, like someone holding a phone or whatever, I can just record it myself as well. So I usually don't use stock footage because it usually also looks like stock footage, and I don't like the look of that. So I just create my own footage. So the next bit now for this, what I want to do is record me drawing probably like 50 of these frames, which shouldn't take too long because I'm probably just gonna overplay how annoying it is to draw them. I'm just going to do them really quickly to really, you know, hone in the idea that it takes a long time. Hold on, I want to see if I need to draw them 3D or 2D. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times... Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is this one. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times... I think here, the first bit, I'm going to draw one 3D version in this little bit right here. When you have to think about drawing it hundreds of times. And then here, you probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. I'm just going to draw 1,000 of them. Do you even screen record with no audio, then add your screen capture more as B-roll footage? Yeah, so usually the footage itself. So right now I'm using a lot of no footage. I'm using a lot of created footage, but in some other areas, like here, for example, everything that is orange is usually, which isn't that much right now, but all of this, for example, is recorded footage. So usually when I can use the recorded footage, I use that. Or when I wanna, when I need custom footage, then I just create it myself. And also with no audio, because, you know, I don't really speak when I work usually. So I don't really need to record my voice. I still do, but I usually just delete it immediately. What stocks do you need? do you use for no AP songs? What do you mean with AP songs? We need when you hold on. Oh, with the risers, yeah. Yeah, the risers are good when you either want to make a sudden change to the song, for example, or to the vibe, I guess you could call it, to the feel of the next bit, or when you... Oh, but they're also good for like smooth transitions like that. Okay, I need to set up my I need to set up my tripod. So I have this, you know, I just use my phone to record, and then I have this tripod right here. Which do I set it here or do I set it to the other side? Okay, here's the thing. I think the microphone is going to be in the way. So let me do my trick. I have my headset microphone. That should also work. If it doesn't work, tell me. But now if I switch this, it should. You should hear my headset microphone. Hold on. Ta-da! It should sound worse, but it's better than nothing. So I can remove the microphone for a second and work freely and set this up real quick. First of all, I need a lot of paper. Hold on, let me grab some real quick. I think as long as oh, hold on, let me add some music, so I can hear when the headset, when the headset cuts out. I am too far away from my increase volume. Okay. How do I do that? Hold on. Aha. Okay. Let me give you 3 decibels. What about this? This is a bit louder. I can also make it 5, add more, but let me... Okay, good. Let me bring back some music and then let me set this up real quick. Okay, so now when I don't hear the music anymore, you should also not hear me anymore. Okay, so I have some paper. I'm gonna waste so much paper now, oh my god. Paper. And I don't want to waste all of these because they're meant for printers. I think what I'm gonna do is cut them in half so I can maybe only waste half of them. And yeah, make that a bit more efficient, I guess, and save some paper. First of all, I mean, for this shot, the paper doesn't need to look perfectly cut, so I don't need to draw a perfect line in the middle. I'm just gonna grab this. Oh, I need the marker too. Okay, so first thing first. Hold on, let me show you the operation. Wow, amazing. Yeah, I usually script my videos before I record them, because otherwise, well, I record them first, and then I create the video around what I've recorded. Because what I usually do is I create the storyline based on what happened, and I don't know what happens beforehand, and I can't really plan what happens during the project, so I just work with what I get. That should be fine. Create a cut in the middle so I know where to cut. I mean a fold, I guess. There you go. Okay. I also don't want to just write on these on the other side, because you can probably see the marker through the paper and then it looks weird. Okay, perfect. Look at this amazingly cut paper. Amazing. Okay. Slightly overexposed, but it's fine. The webcam is amazing. There you go. I look like I'm a ghost. Hold on. Oh, that's better. Okay. Look at this. Let me set up my camera, aka my phone. Shouldn't take too long. There you go. I could also, I actually have a setup so you can see the camera view. So let me see if I can set that up too. But for this shot, actually, yeah, hold on. Okay. This is gonna be so dumb. Okay. What is it called again? Oh. You can connect your Android phone to your Windows PC. So, if I do that, link, phone link, barely hear me, that's not good. I can make it myself louder. Hold on. It shouldn't be too much quieter than before. I guess I can, hold on. There you go. Okay. That should be better. Is it better? I don't know. Does it even change it? I put a filter on it, which is, I mean, like a gain filter, but it doesn't feel like it. Test, 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 test. Aha! Oh, that's a bit much. Test, 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 test. Okay. That should be fine. I switched it from 3 decibel to 10. Okay. There it is. Oh, hold on. Aha! Look at that! Isn't it beautiful? Hold on, you can't see it right now. Okay. Look at this beautiful phone screen. The gain filter. Oh my god, it's laggy, but it's fine. As long as you can see anything, and I can see it, it's fine. There you go. Look at my phone screen. Okay, so that's gonna be the framing. So now you have two shots. The behind the scenes right here, and then the actual shot. Okay, make sure that it's focused. Looks kinda, hold on, maybe I need lights. That might be better. Also, yeah, that's good. Okay. First of all, okay, I'm gonna start with one paper to really show that I'm just drawing one thing, and then I'm gonna do. Should I do it this way? I guess it doesn't really make a difference. It fits better into the frame like this, I guess. Perfect. Okay. Let me see the shape. Let me memorize the shape. Okay. I got it. Okay. Well, that's gonna be, yeah, whatever. Okay. Let me hit record and let's begin. Okay. Oh, first I'm gonna draw the perfect 3D version. Okay. It's gonna be... Hold on, I'm thinking how you would draw it. Okay, I got it. Oh god, that is horrible. Whatever, it's good. Look at that beauty. Oh my god, it's perfect. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So that's the first shot. Okay. And now the other ones. Now I need to just spam more of these. I need to make sure it's supposed to look like drawing, throw it away, drawing, throw it away, drawing, throw it away. So let's see if I can do that. Okay. I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll see. Because I need to kind of grab them, and if I grab multiple, then yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna do it. Maybe I can just speed it up. Whatever. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, it's horrible. The most important thing is that the drawing stays roughly in the middle. Okay. That's the first oops, dropped the pen. First draft, okay. So, the most important thing, okay, for when I do these recordings is that the idea comes across, not that it's perfectly framed and shot, okay? So as long as the idea is good, is recognizable, easy to understand, it's all good. So let's stop this and see if it turned out acceptable, understandable. Okay. And also I have, well, excuse me, I've wasted, well, I've cut them in half, so I guess they're all wasted. Maybe in a future video I need paper, then I have some. Welcome, Cubesonitis. Let me switch back to my main microphone. Haha, should sound better. Okay, let's see if this idea has turned out how I wanted it to turn out. Oh. Okay. Let me grab the footage of my camera, I mean my phone. Let's see if this, if I need to do the whole thing again or not. Hopefully not. I would actually like to finish at least some seconds today. There you go. Copy it over. Okay. I think it's fine. We'll see. Okay. Here it is. So, I think the first shot I think is fine. First of all, we need to optimize the footage. So let me create a optimized version of it real quick. I think the first shot is fine, like drawing the good looking the good looking plate, even though it still didn't look that great. The problem might be in the fast one, because I couldn't pull the paper away that quickly, but maybe that makes it more authentic. We'll see. If not, then I still have some. Yeah, so I'm not going to use my my walkie-talkie headset microphone when I'm of course sitting here, and I can use my microphone. But if I'm on the opposite side of the, I was about to say map, on the opposite side of my living space, you know, it's the only option I have to still, you know, communicate. What I'm eating is, hold on, I don't know what the English word for that is. I don't even know if there's a word for it. I guess just corn flakes. It's not corn flakes, it's like oats and berries and milk, and that's about it. You know, just like a stuff, you know, all that together. Yeah. I don't know if there's a good word for that. I only know cornflakes for stuff like that, but I don't think it's the right word for this. But back to this. So let's see if this has turned out well, or if we need to do it again. Yeah, okay, so the first bit I think is fine. Just supposed to visualize me drawing the 3D version of it, which I think is fine. Looks kind of like a slice of ham, but it's fine. Now this one, this one, let's see. So we're just playing it plain, let's see. I actually think that the, like, me struggling to put away the paper helps with, like, showing the message of, you know, just if you do have to do it over and over again, you know, more problems, and you don't want to mess with, you don't want to also have to draw them perfectly. So maybe with a little bit of editing we can make it work. Let's see. The good stuff, exactly. Flip the normals. I don't know, the paper. Oh, actually, hold on, let me check. Oh no, you can see the, so that's the opposite side. So unfortunately I can't just reuse it, unfortunately. Okay, let's see how many seconds we can cover with this. But when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just ignore that it... Okay, so this is where you should see the, so this point is maybe here, is where you should see the final version of this. We'll just go over here. And move it over. Right here. Oh. Jesus. Right here. Okay. So if we put that in here. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably just... Oh, never mind. Here. There you go. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably... Okay, perfect. So we have this perfect juxtaposition, I think, of very chill drawing this slice of ham. This thing hundreds of times, you probably... And then we get this. You probably just... Let me, okay. If I can, I also want to speed it up a bit. I think I can, we'll see. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So yeah, okay. Let's speed it up a bit, see if that works better. 200%. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So, okay. Just draw a simple shape like. And then, before this ends, we fade into a simple shape like what I drew somewhere here. So we're gonna create that graphic in a sec, but I think it's fine. I think this works. Yeah, so let's you know, finalize the shot, and then we can go to the next bit. When you have here's a simple technique that you can use for editing, if you ever edit, to add just a slightly bit more, to make the footage just slightly more interesting. So what you can do is, with a slight zoom out, very slow it can even be, oops, like this. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, so maybe that's just me, but zoom in is kind of like focusing on something, you know, kind of makes sense. But then when you zoom out like this, when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, gives you this feeling of like a revelation of, or understanding something more, because you expand the scope of it more and more and more. So I like to zoom out when I want to reveal something, for example. When you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, and I think that when you have to draw this thing hundreds of times, you probably. So now I need to see if I can change this a bit. Can I speed it up even more? How much more footage do we have? Oh, okay. Maybe I should do that even more then. Even faster. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So, okay. Still not perfect, but I don't think we need to change the footage. Welcome, Dark Souls. Hope you had a good day. Hope you're not the game. Well, I mean, sorry. I mean, whatever. I thought about a joke, but then I messed it up completely, so I'm just gonna give up. Hope you had a good day. Excellent job on the Berserk video, thank you. Good visual representation of insanity, yeah. But I still want to improve it. I think what is too much on the nose... You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like is... So, I think what we can do here is... I want to make it... So I want to make the cut more sudden, because, you know, just the visual change, like the framing change, it's like seamless, almost. So I want to make it more sudden, like, oh, right in your face, that is more extreme, right? So I think what I want to start with is just to increase the zoom a bit, like this. You probably to immediately give you this like in your face effect. You probably it's maybe not enough, but we can do it even more. Well, we can do more to it. I think the next thing that I want to do is just zoom it in. Like to 1.4, maybe even more. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple. So it is getting more and more, well, more and more focused on the shape that I'm drawing, but also more and more claustrophobic, I guess, because there's more and more around the camera, and you can see less free room, I guess. So if we do it like 0.7. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. So okay. Times you probably just ignore that it. I think that already helps. Just adding some movement makes it more dynamic. And then you probably just. I thought about adding a camera shake, but that could make it too cartoony. But we'll see. Also drawing the curve. What do you mean with that? Like, it will be cool if you do multiple cuts drawing the curve. Which curve? I've started lately learning Blender and I found you on YouTube. Nice. Fell in love with your style. Well, thank you for the nice words. Oh no, red on blue, hold on. Stable Octopus, hope you had a good day, thank you. I haven't made tutorials in a while, but if you want to learn some small insights, I guess, that I learned during my projects that I do now, You can check out my newsletter. Let me put it in chat. Where I post like what do I post there? Oh, I post like small snippets that I learned during those projects. So the second to last time, I posted my general workflow, how I create my 3D models when it comes to 3D printing. There are like videos on YouTube for 3D printing, but I've never seen one where somebody actually explains the whole workflow from beginning to end. So I thought, we might just make that a newsletter post, and you can also, read all the previous news posts right there, without having to subscribe, for example, if you don't want to get them to your email inbox, for example. And maybe, you can find some more insights there that you haven't seen so far in my videos. Yeah, so that's kind of like the small thing that I still want to do to kind of substitute the tutorials, which I don't do anymore, and hopefully, at least add some, share some knowledge through that. Okay, let's see. Let's see if camera shake looks good on here. Let's add I don't really like the camera shake effect in here. I can also go into the fusion tab, which is basically like adding effects and stuff. I think I'm just gonna do it in here. And you can also save created, like you can save effects that you've created before, kind of like how in Blender, if you group something, if you group nodes, you can save those and then copy them over or append them into other projects. You can do the same here. And I actually have a camera shake. This might be a bit strong, but we'll see. Okay. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a simple shape like this. I don't know if that's too much or not. I think what I want to do, I want to speed it up a bit. It's maybe a bit too slow. Maybe if you change the speed to like 0.6 and then maybe motion to 2. You probably just ignore that it has thickness. I think that's better. Draw a simple shape like this. So yeah. Also, it's going to cut off at some point here, so it's not going to be too long. The shot shouldn't, stay on for too long. But I think this is fine. You probably just ignore that it has thickness and just draw a yeah, right here it's going to fade to just a simple shape. The orc female character, oh, that was 3 years ago, I think, at this point. I actually streamed that one as well. Should be on my streaming VOD channel that I had at some point, called Noggy_now. I think I streamed it there. It must be somewhere in the beginning of my VODs there. Most used shortcut in DaVinci. Well, if you just talk about pressing a button, it might be just Alt, because with Alt you can zoom in and out in the timeline. Or one that I also really like is I think I made a custom one. I made quite a few custom ones. It's just Control-Shift-D and A. So like, I like to use the WASD, like how in video games you move around with them. I like to use them here as well to move around in the timeline. So if I hold Control-Shift and then D and A, I can move frame by frame. I can also, if I play and then I press Shift-D, I speed up the playback. Draw a simple shape like this. Which is good. And then, Shift-A is going back faster. Yeah, everything's kind of around WASD. Draw. Okay, I think this is fine. So now we need a simple solid color again. There you go. Maybe not black. Maybe white again. Why not? So because I think it's fine to use. I think it's good to use the simple. just draw a simple shape like this. I think it's fine. Oh, I have an idea. I think I want to create another shot of me drawing the shape, but this time the easier shape, top down, and very relaxed drawing it. So that, so for the 3D model, so that I can seamlessly transition from this shot to me drawing shape like this. It's gonna be, it's hard to explain. I just need to do it. I think for this one, I actually also can just, I can just handheld record this. Here it is. It would be funny if you start destroying the pages out of frustration with each square you draw. I think the problem with that is that it I only have so many seconds to do stuff, and I need to make sure that it's clear what I do. So I think showing me drawing it very quickly and struggling to keep up with moving away the papers is already enough. And if I add more, then it could be too much. Okay. I need the camera. So let me just handheld this. Let me switch. Okay, so this will be a relaxed... Okay, here's the camera. I just want to quickly... Actually, I'm going to do higher. Of course, also tip, if you record with your phone, or with any camera, I guess, having the one, you know, your hand holding the camera, having that one be resting on something, like for example the table right here, or your body, makes it much more stable. Also, of course, using two hands helps, but for this, of course, I can't do that. And also, if you're drawing on paper and it seeps through the paper, it's probably better to not put all the papers underneath, so you don't draw on multiple at the same time. Okay, I'd rather draw on your mouse pad, I guess, but that's fine because it's dark. Okay, so now I just want to very relaxed draw the shape while holding the camera still. Okay, get ready. Oh, I need to press record, of course. Okay. Okay, this one looks horrible. I'm gonna do another take. So this one didn't take that long to do. I'm just gonna do another try just so I have two or maybe multiple options. It's also hard to keep the paper in place with one hand while I'm drawing with that hand, but whatever. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Okay, this one's better. It's not perfect though. One more. I also moved the paper while I was drawing. One more. We have enough papers to waste them a little bit. Okay, we have enough. Okay, one more. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Am I recording? No, I'm not recording. Hold on. Recording. I think I didn't even record the last one. Look at that perfect armor plating. Oh my god. Okay, perfect. So, that's all I needed. Thank you. I moved the paper as well again, but I think that's fine. And if it moves in the beginning, it's not too bad. If it's moved at the end, it's a bit more annoying. Okay. Oh. Let me move the footage real quick. Oops. You're still editing? Of course. I've only started. It's 4 p.m. I started at 2? I don't know when I started. No, not even 2. 12. I should also be finished with this since 2 hours ago, but I'm not. Why does my footage say 0 seconds? Okay, I guess that's just a bug. Okay, there you go. Okay, look at it. So I explained before what I wanted to do. Now you will see how amazing it will look, okay? You will be amazed. If you're not gonna be amazed, you're dead inside, okay? Hold on. So this one is number 1. Looks pretty good. Looks kind of like a, I don't know, like a bean. A wide bean, I guess. This one I like more, I think. Look at that perfect rounded square. I also moved the hand away, which is nice because, did I do it here? Yeah, but not as fluidly, okay? I'm gonna use this one. There you go. Oh. Optimize the footage real quick. Your editing skills better than my cousin. Okay. Is your cousin a pro editor? Okay. Let's see. I also just noticed that if once I reach this bit, this ending of this song, I'm officially over halfway there, which is nice. Okay. So for the right over here, draw a simple shape like this. Okay, so here's the magic that I want to do here. Okay. Draw a simple shape, like this. Okay, here I want to have the finished version. Right here. This is when I want to lift my pen, okay? So, if I do this, draw a simple shape like this. So for the 3D model, okay. So, now, here comes the magic, okay? How to make this seamless. Zoom in, okay, perfect. Maybe a bit more. Okay, perfect. Now, it shakes a simple, which is not good. I mean, it doesn't really, it's not too much, shape but like this. So for the, you can see it right here. It shows the outer edge, which is not good. So, we can use the good old stabilization real quick. We just enable camera lock. This should make it as stable as possible. And then if we stabilize it, it usually zooms in a bit. Draw a simple shape perfectly like stable. So for the 3D model, look at that, perfect. So now, let me zoom out as far as possible. Right here. Simple shape like this. So for the 3D model, okay, perfect. And now comes the magic, okay? Now we get to now we get to the transition point. Oh, wait, we're gonna do that in a second. Yeah. Wait. No. First of all, here is how it works, okay? We go here to the color tab. You can see enough, okay? Now we can enable the alpha output and put this in here. Doesn't do much because now if we just go to the, whatever this qualifier, we qualify white, okay? And then we invert it, and that makes it transparent. But it's not perfect, so we need to adjust it a bit. Probably some darker parts here. No, that removes the thing right here. Wait, I can also, oh, okay, hold on, reset. Okay, select this, invert, and then add. Oh, wait, what? There's no way, okay. That's fine. I'm thinking how I want to do this, but I want to basically remove the white so that we can see the footage here, and then I bring back the white. And ooh, I have an idea. Oh yeah, that's gonna look cool. Okay, here's how we're gonna do this, okay? This is gonna be amazing. Unforeseen? No, never seen before effect. We need to get rid of this. First, I want to get rid of my hand and pen. So we need to animate this for a second. Welcome, Hustler. Welcome back. Fancy seeing you here. Hope you had a good day. Hope you have a good day. Playing Fortnite and come back to your stream and you're still alive? Of course, I'm working. So far I've only worked for 4 hours. That's nothing. We need to work. I watched your Godzilla animation 1vs100 and your Spider-Man video. Nice. For a second I thought that Nogi was drawing with 2 hands. Yeah, alpha catching. Yeah, so here's how we do this. We need to animate a mask, which is annoying, but the effect is worth it, okay? So here's how it's gonna work. Bam. The only thing that matters is this bit right here. Okay? The only thing that matters is this bit right here, right on the pen. Here's a tip if you're using DaVinci. If you want to do masking, of course you can't really see in the fog of war of the pen, like of the mask. But what you can do is you can change the border width to extend the mask over there. So you can still see where the mask is, but you can also see past the mask, so you see what you're actually removing with the mask. So it's easier to align it to the pen. Also, I want to soften the edge a bit. There you go. And now we need to animate it. What I want to have is basically I want to separate the line from the hand, because both are supposed to transition in different ways. Okay. So I tend to just animate frame by frame. I think for this it's not necessary. Wait. Okay. I don't think it's necessary. I think I can go broader. So a new technique that I now use is I just go like this far and just move it over there like this. Okay. And then I see, oh, I do that a few times. And because it's keyframes, it automatically extrapolates the movement in between, which is exactly what we want here, because like this. Oh, that doesn't matter. Does it? It does. Is the music, loud enough right now? It should be, a nice background volume. Yeah, so now if you go in here, we can see if the mask is moving too fast, if it's not moving too fast. And if I need to adjust them, if the extrapolation isn't good enough, I can then adjust them manually. This way, of course, is obviously way faster because I don't have to keyframe every frame manually, only if it's necessary. So don't ask me why I did it the other way before, but I did. Okay. There you go. Also, not enough keyframes here. I mean points on the mask, but that's fine. We can just add more. That should be fine. And then a bit longer. I don't know when the transition is over, so I'm just gonna go like to over here. That's probably gonna be enough. I'm gonna show you what I have in mind in a second. Okay, so this is good. I think at this point the hand is already in here too. So it doesn't really matter too much what the mask looks like now, but... okay. So, now we can bring back the border width. So this is what it looks like now. Looks weird, but it's fine. As long as we don't see the pen. Oh, I need to see if the mask is good. As long as we don't see the pen. See, here's the problem. The mask goes further than the pen has gone in this bit right here. So we go to the moment where the mask extends the most extreme, where the mask is the most wrong, and then adjust it there. We go to the most wrong moment of the mask and adjust it there instead of somewhere else. Because if you adjust the extreme parts, usually the in-between bits also fix themselves. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. Oh, you can even see like the wetness here. Very pixelated, but still visible. There you go. So here, for example, too, move it down just a slight bit. Like this. And here it actually is a bit further back than it needs to be. So we can just move it up a tiny bit. And the rest looks pretty fine. Oh, look at that. Way too far back. Okay. Even more. Oh my god. Nope, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Look at that. Way too late. And there you go. I think that should be fine. Once again, it's like the last 10% that don't really matter too much. Look at that. And now, if you go back, it looks horrible, but that's good. Wait, oh, hold on. Now it looks better. So now the pen is removed. So we can now separate the transition R hand and drawing. And we can just add, we can use the white qualifying thing for the paper. What is this? Oh, I think for this one it's actually easier to just use an effect in Fusion 2 in this bit. So like this one. Oh, right. There you go. So now we can remove the white, clean it up. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay, looks pretty good. Oh. So the good thing is that, you know, the pen is black, the white paper is white. So the only way that this could also remove the line is if I accidentally select like the dark bits right here, then of course it gets removed. But because there's such a good and big contrast between the paper and the pen, we can create a nice little transition like this. Oops. Okay. Which looks like this. Oh. There you go. Not perfect, but better. So then, oh. To improve this, I guess we could just... Aha, look at it. Okay, so here's the trick, okay? Here's the trick to remove the line, okay? Here's the trick 18. Hold on. Get rid of this. Okay, so now the line is the only thing that's left. So, to remove it, first of all... Oh, right. To remove it, we grab a brightness color, enable alpha and remove everything. And then we can use this as the mask for this remove everything effect. Oh, and also invert it. Hold on, where's my, there we go. So this is basically just like a black and white picture. It's kind of like, I guess, like a black and white texture in Blender. White means apply effect and black means don't apply effect. So if I put this in between, now, oh right, there you go. Everything gets removed that is in the mask, and then, you know, the opposite doesn't get removed. So now it looks like this. And now, what we can do is, I think, there's a expand, what's it called? Grow? Alpha matte, shrink, and grow. If we put that in here, let's see if this works. Grow. I can expand the mask. Ooh, and then the lines are gone. Look at that, perfect. And this is, yeah, how you can use like effects in DaVinci with these node things. So basically just, you know, we start with the mask, we invert it, so this gets removed, and then we grow it just a tiny bit to remove like the little in-between where it's kind of like the gradient, I guess. And then, if you go back, look at this perfectly cut out and masked line. Okay. Which, oh, there's a little bit right here still. Let me get rid of that, clean up the key. Perfect. Let's check. I guess I could remove these bits here too. Oh. I could also just increase the range to remove all the fringe bits. Okay. Here we have the line, okay? The line is there, so this is already perfect. Now we can bring this in by just, let's see. Oh, by just transitioning it in. So for example, just draw a what we could do here is just use a good old fade. fade, 15 frames fade. Zip. And then you can see it, you can see here, it still gets drawn, but by what does it get drawn? Who knows? I do know, and you do know too, by the hand. So now I want to separate the hand and bring it in afterwards. Yeah, let's do that in a second. Let me eat some more of my breakfast at 5 p.m. Been quite a while since I catched your stream last time. Yeah, it's been quite a while since I streamed. Almost 2 years, I think. How can I remove the black background? Like if I take a picture, I want to remove the background only be me. You can either mask it, like how I did it here. If you want to mask it manually with, where is it? Here, like with a mask, like, you know, draw the mask. If it's a picture, you can do that in Photoshop, I guess, or any other photo editing software. Or I think there are also automatic ways to do it, like keying, which means basically removing a certain color from the image. Oops. But I think those are the main things. Or you can also just use an eraser and delete the image, but I think that's usually not what you do. If you want to, you know, because then you can't really bring back the parts that you've deleted. The video will be about creating a Deadpool anime in 3D, or in Blender, I guess. So this first part, so it's going to be a 2-part video, or series, I guess. With the first part designing the characters and the style, and then the second part is going to be the actual animation. Yeah. Okay, so I want to okay, so how do I do the hands? Oh, okay, here's another trick. There's another mask in DaVinci which might work here. Might look horrible, but we'll see. It's the magic mask. Oh, it might... the stream might lag for a second. Because the first time you use the magic mask is always the worst time. Because it makes everything lag for a second, but we'll see. So the magic mask kind of works in that it uses like an algorithm or whatever to identify what is a subject and what is the background. So if I draw something like this for over everything that I want to keep, it should keep all of this. And now it might lag for a second. Oh, I need to connect this. Okay, and now we wait. This could wait. This could take a minute or so. But then after the first bit, it should work fine. Oh, there it is. Has it worked? Nope.